from a government account, from a TSA, whether it's the main TSA account or the sub account, to a personal account of Mojisola, one of the program managers in the NSIPA, which is the body or MDA responsible for social disbursement of government monies to people who are at the Nigeria. So, Mr. Itelewa, do you want to go first before I carry on speaking? Mr. Itelewa, are you there? I don't know if he's there, but let's read through the document. So the document, the memo that was leaked, is addressed to the Accountant General of the Federation, Mrs. Oluwatoyin Sakirat Madin, and it was sent by Dr. Betta Edu, the Honorable Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, and the title of the memo is Mandate for Payment of Grant for Vulnerable Groups in Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Lagos, and Ogun States, respectively. It states as follows: I hereby approve the payment of the cumulative sum of 585,189,500 naira. These are payments for programs and activities of the Renewed Hope Grant for Vulnerable Groups. Details below. So for Akwa Ibom State, it was 219 million naira approximately. For Cross River, it was 73 billion. For Lagos State, it was 219 billion naira. For Ogun State, it was 72 billion. So the total is 585 million naira approximately. And the account details, the name is Onyelu Bridget Mojisola. The bank is UBA and the account number is there. Now, second part of the memo, this payment should be made from the National Social Investment Office account with the following account number to the project accountant's details listed above. Thank you for your prompt and swift action. Now, this memo was dated the 20th of December, 2023. So, I mean, there are various questions, there are various questions which we need to ask. Now, my first question is it legal to move money from a government account, TSA or sub-TSA account to a personal account? That's my first question. So, Mr. Olatek, on stage, if you're ready to speak, please unmute your mic as we go along. Thank you. Mr. Olatek.
Thank you for having me. I think these people are taking us for a ride. There should not be any justification for money, bulk of money to be moved from government accounts to a personal account. It's not. Why from that same account? Why can't they disburse this money to individuals' accounts? This is just another scandal that got opened by chance. If Big Dipper, I think there are a lot of mess going on in that place, deeper than what we are saying now. We all campaign for this government. We all campaign and we made enemies. To large extent we put a stop to some toxic relationship because of what you stand for and who you are campaigning for. So somebody should not just, if we see anybody misbehaving in this government, I think it is incumbent on us to call the person out or call the person to order. These people, it should not be business as usual. How can you say you move such a humongous amount of money into personal account? So which means from that account they can just do whatever they want with it? No, it shouldn't be done like that. Irrespective of whatever approval they might have gotten to do that rubbish that they did. That is not supposed to be what they ought to have done in the first place. This has been going on for quite some while, for quite a long time. If people that need to be paid through that program, they are paying them. Even Betta herself said it that anyone that does not have accounts, that they are going to make sure they open account or wallet for that person. So what is the need of transferring such amount of money into a personal account? Is it for onward for physical cash or what? Please, I'm seriously angry right now. I need the mic for now.
Okay, Olatek, I think for me, the first thing is it legal to move money from a government account to a personal account? And I think the answer to that ordinarily would be no.
No, it's no.
Right?
Yes, it's not.
Yes, that would
illegal.
be exactly. But when you look at the rules set by the Accountant General of the Federation, set in a memo, it says in Part 4, under no circumstances shall any MDA transfer any amount from budget line of the MDAs to any personal accounts under the guise of programs or project accounts. So for me, first of all, that was the question.
No.
That's the question.
Even the Accountant General of the Federation has come out to clarify the issue herself. She has come out to clarify the issue that under no circumstances should this happen. So whatever the approval they have gotten from anywhere, they should come and explain.
So Olatek, on this particular issue,
yes,
I mean, let's take it line by line, step by step. Can you transfer money from a government TSA or sub account to a personal account for government policy initiatives?
No.
Now, this particular financial regulation says no. So my question to you is, why do you think it was done? Or do you think this has been the regular practice before this government even came into power?
Thank you. See, for this to happen, it means this is not the first time it's happening. So for anybody, for any reason, I think in fact, I'm seeing this as a fighting back from those that that said they transfer 44 billion naira to personal account. So I see this as a fight back, and it's good for the masses. So let them keep on disgracing themselves like this, so that we know who want to contribute immensely to this government or the country, and who want this rubbish to continue as business as usual. I'm telling you this, though I don't have my facts with me to say, okay, this has been going on for a long time, but I can be rest assured that this is not the first time this is happening. So maybe somebody is trying to test water somewhere. No, or they are just trying to undo themselves. If you can, I saw a post by Ada Anambra she was trying to divert people's attention from what is happening, from what people are talking about now. That how can a boss move so amount of money to a personal account? So she was now pointing out that rather people should focus on those people that transfer 40-something billion naira to personal account in error. Can you see that? So which means they are trying to undo themselves, and though the rough fight they are fighting is good, so they should keep on bringing out all kinds of revelation, which is good for us. Anyone, I said anyone that is not going to contribute immensely to this government for the betterment of Nigeria, I think it is incumbent on all of us to call the person out. To the point that the government will not see it and show the person, push the person out. Let the person that want to do the work come in. How can people be treating our sensibility like this? Are we a fool in this country? The regulation said you cannot do this. then why are you now going to do it behind? You said, okay, oh, if anybody that doesn't have a personal account, you are caught on tape. It's an interview, not that you jokingly said it somewhere or they secretly filmed you. No, it was an interview. You granted an interview. Okay, you said anyone that does not have an account, so the beneficiary that does not have an account to benefit directly from that money, they will as well open a wallet or make sure they facilitate the person to get a NIN, to open a bank account and transfer the money to the person directly. So why are they doing otherwise? That's to tell us that if they want to embezzle money, this is the route they take. Short. So I think I use the mic for now.
Okay, thank you very much. So on the question of legality, can you transfer money from a TSA account to a personal account? Let's deal with that one first. So who wants to go next? I think Femi, you have your hand up. Femi, seize the mic.
Good afternoon, citizen. Good afternoon, Elape. Like, I want to start from the video I shared on the on our this thing that our citizen created. When you watch that video, you will discover that Betta Edu has already shot herself at the foot, because that video, she analyzed that even those who does not have account, they are going to create for them what was the English that she used? Is this something money at money point? I mean money waiting. Now that day she was making that statement, money wallet. Thank you. That day she was making that statement. Is it that she was too overjoyed, or she wants to prove to us that she's better than the former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs? Now, I want you to know that anybody they choose to replace her in that office, I'm just talking, I'm not saying they should sack her or not sack her now. People should not be taking an appointment and be behaving as they know everything. My brother, I'm in Nigeria. I've visited so many remote villages in this country. The vulnerable people that this money is meant for, 80% of them don't have bank account. My brother, 80% of them don't visit a city for more than 6 months or a year. 80% of the people that we are talking about, or else you want to tell me is not in this Nigeria. We have villages that can't go there once in 5 days or once in 1 week because of the market. You know, I don't want us to be pretending as if we don't know what is going on in our environment. My brother, on this space, let Betta Edu come out and tell us what they do with that money. Now, the point I'm trying to make is this: when you take up this kind of responsibility, the bottleneck, what could be the bottleneck or what could be the challenges should be on your mind, because approving money for this project is not only what you need. How do you take up this assignment and be successful should be part of your research. And in so doing, you are going to dictate or find out this could be what will not make this thing successful. And one of them is the disbursement of this fund. She was talking on that video that they've gotten BVN of everybody. They've done this, they've done that. My brother, I don't believe her in what she said in that video. Because up to today, we have grandma in the village who don't have BVN, who don't have phone. And these are vulnerable that this money meant for. How do you now promise that you will create money point even if they don't have account? Now you are coming out to say, I saw it on the Ada number that some of these people have to go there by cash. Why did the minister mention the issue of money point and account number in the first place? That the money will be transferred to them directly from CBN. She said it is on video. So that means Ada Anambra has failed us. He lied to us. Now what do we do? What are we going to do? If the you can suspend Halima for 44 billion, transfer to private account, that number should be suspended. Because I don't want a situation whereby we begin to read religion and tribe to this issue. So I think that's my own point for now. But I want to still make it known to everybody that if anybody is taking over this job, the person should not promise transfer of money, because majority of our vulnerable people living in rural areas, villages. In fact, if you take your car to some villages now, you will not drive it back. For you to know the terrain that most of our people living in this country. Some of them have never seen electricity for past 100 years. Some of them, majority of them don't come to the city. Some of them don't visit the city. So how do you now tell me that you have submitted their BVN, you are going to create this for them? If those people have account, to come out to the bank, they will have even finished the money they want to go and collect. And that's why I made mention about this money that they are hiding for us, talking about cashless policy. You can't eliminate cash in our society, because our society is not like the Europe and Americas are today. So I'm just trying to divert, but I don't want to digress.
Okay, Femi, before you carry on, you made a very good statement. You said that why we have grandmas in the village without BVN. That's what you said. Am I quoting you correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So when they were voting, did they have a PVC, or did they register for a PVC and do data capturing?
Yes. Most of these people have PVC.
Fantastic.
Reason being that the INEC took it down to where they are. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you want to register for BVN today, you have to come to the local government. And some villages that surround local government, some people living there have not even been to their local government for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. It is only when there is election that you see our politicians taking anything down to the people, because they need people's votes. I'm telling you, citizens, many elderly ones, our elderly ones in the rural area, deep rural area, they don't have NIN, because they don't run bank account, they don't apply for passport.
Okay. Mr. Femi, the reason I apologize for cutting you. The reason I'm asking you is because you're raising some very important points. Now, they have PVCs. You just said something again, which is very, very, very smart. You said INEC took it to their local community. Am I correct? That's what you said.
Yes.
Okay, that's what you said. So, what is stopping the government from taking registration to bank the unbankable to those same villages, towns, remote areas, whether they do it, whether they give them, I don't know, a bank account with a microfinance bank or whatever, or with one of these new fintechs? What is stopping them from doing that?
Thank you, citizen. The problem, number one, you know that government don't have business in banking system. You understand? It's a private business. Secondly, the private business that bank is running, the bottleneck and challenges that is facing them, taking banks to rural area. Number one is insecurity. I know you remember what happened in Offa some years ago. You understand? And I will not use the example of that Offa. I will not use another community in those states. I think that place is my wife's village, or I can call it a city or town. We call it Oderele. Up to now, they don't have bank again. And more than 10 years ago, the armed robber went to that bank, killed more than 5 people, robbed the bank and ran away. No security. Since that day, the bank closed down. This thing has happened to so many communities in Nigeria. And that's why you don't see traces of bank closer to our rural women. In fact, our men, even there, rural women that are dealing with perishable goods. They want their money in their hand, nothing like bank, because there is no bank close to them, because the banks are afraid of attack, robbery. You understand? So the government, the question you ask now is that why didn't government take them? Government have no business in banking business, but government is supposed to provide security. I agree. If government can be able to provide security across Nigeria, banks will go to rural area, because if we want to deceive ourselves, unless we want to deceive ourselves, there are they produce so many things that we eat in the city. So instead of me, a middleman that wants to go and buy farm produce, carrying cash to them, because majority of people who goes to them today, you must carry cash. Because if you go there and you don't carry cash, you will not buy anything. So thank God this day for this issue of POS. That's why you see majority of them they can transact. They send money down to the bank, to the account owner, and the POS will go and give the grandma at home or the grandpa. So this is the challenge. It's an insecurity challenge that bank no longer goes to various local government in Nigeria to go and establish a branch. So because most of the time when bank robbery occur, I think it happens in some part of Kogi, Ekiti, and Ilorin. So and Kwara State also, some small community that have bank in those days. When you pass through there now, the bank is closed down. So this is the major issue. So I think that was the reason. So I will not want to hold on to my too much, but I believe I answer your question, citizen, before I just round up.
Okay, so Femi, there are other questions I want to ask you based on what you said, because I think it's important to interrogate this. But let's move the mic. I'm going to come back to you, so please stay on the speaker section. Ayebaba, if you're there, please open your mic. And if you are in this space, please retweet the space. Go in the comments section. If you don't want to come and speak on the stage, please tell us what your opinion on this particular matter is. Maybe any commentary on what people are saying. It's very important that as Nigerians, we can come and discuss this without tribalism or religion or all of those issues. Alibaba, please take the mic.
Okay, Good afternoon, everyone. What I see here really is a clear case of the intention to really defraud. Because if we go by what the Accountant General said, that she confirmed the receipt of the memo that was sent by Betta Edu to our office, and our office advised that this is not the procedure to go by this. That the MDA is supposed to make that payment as an entity, and when they're making the payments, that they don't to individual accounts the name of a project accountant, that they're supposed to do it individually to all the beneficiaries. Hello?
We can hear you.
So that they are supposed to do individually to all the beneficiaries. So Betta Edu now should come up and tell us. You understand? After she received that advice from the office of the Accountant General, because when this thing first broke out, I was looking to that if that payment that means general too should be culpable. So if the Accountant General said, okay, she advised against it, this is not the right way to do this. This is how it should be done. So what is the status of the money now? Did the Accountant General, as the Accountant General released the money to the MDA in question? So if that money was released to them, who now authorized the payment of that money to the private account? And why were they using private account? Who are the beneficiary of the one they said they've done in Akwa Ibom and in Kogi State, in Cross River? Who are the beneficiary? Can they publish the beneficiary? Who are they? Betta Edu should go and should be invited to the EFCC. You understand? I see early in the day, this is an opportunity for Tinubu now to really show that it's really very, very serious against the fight against corruption. You cannot remove a subsidy. People are suffering all over the country, and people, you just want to cash out. And I want to advise the federal government, they should just support these programs. The programs are not working. No matter how laudable they are, it doesn't get to the people who need them. All our roads are dead trap all over the country, and we are hearing 30 billion, 40 billion. Let's put it on our major highways. Let's put it on our major highways. Or use it to revitalize our primary healthcare centers where drugs will be there. The poor in the villages, if they have access to primary health center and they can get drug free, if you make the primary school in their village to be functional and they can send their children there, have you not helped them? Have you not helped them? So let's do something serious. This program should be stopped. It's not working. It has never worked. The last minister we're talking of 37 billion. We're talking of the head of the social investment program transferring 44 billion to private accounts, and we are talking of 580 something billion now, and we don't even know other ones that are happening. And this thing came to default because of the fight between Betta Edu and the head of the social investment program. If they were working together, this wouldn't have come out. We wouldn't have known. So if the government is a little test for Tinubu to really show that it's serious, I yield the mic.
Okay, I know you're yielding the mic, but there's a question that we asked, because let's take this step by step based on the actual evidence itself. Why do you think Betta Edu made that request? Did she not know the rules, the procedural rules of that particular ministry, of the procedural rules of using TSA accounts and sub accounts? What do you think was her motivation? Let's take it step by step.
Okay, now I don't want to get to what her motivation is. It's possible that you know about regulation, but she's been commissioner for health, and I heard that she's working in the civil service in her state. If we recall, when Professor Adenike Grange was the Honorable Minister of Health during the time of Alhaji Yar'Adua as president, there was something similar like this, that she approved a payment that it was against financial regulation, and Yar'Adua asked her to leave the ministry until they now investigated later and they found out that she was misled. So it's possible. It might just be that, okay, she doesn't know. It might just be that, okay, she knows and they just wanted to defraud. You understand? It's possible that she doesn't know. It's possible that she knows. But what we are saying here is, if she has written that letter to Accountant General and Accountant General replied that this is not the procedure. So if she doesn't know, Accountant General has enlightened her. So at what point now does she now decided to transfer the money to the individual account? And why transferring the money to the individual account? The beneficiary of this fund, who are they? Who are they? If they are Nigerian, who are they?
Okay, just stay there, because we're going to take it step by step. As I said, is someone else willing to answer a particular question? Ade, Isa, I see you're up on the stage. If you want to take the mic, open your mic and just answer the question or speak on the topic. Thank you. Ade, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Okay, fantastic.
The issue just now is Betta Edu 585 million personal transfer illegal or not? Now, the first thing she asked herself is that, did she have the authority to transfer this money, or to make requests for this money? If yes, now, first thing we should look at is that, one, as a minister, she didn't have the power maybe to make a transfer of this amount to some, maybe to individual account. Firstly, she made a request to the Accountant General requesting her to approve the payment for individual accounts of this amount into an individual account. Now, since we know that, okay, in the past, since the effect of inception of a TSA, the MDAs, the ministry didn't have an account with a commercial bank, and then with the information at hand that we had was that fund to be used will be disbursed to what's called project accountant for them to disburse to individual at the end of it. Though firstly, Betta Edu need to come out again of this too and let us know, as citizens of Nigeria, that okay, this is how this money was made use of. Okay, in Kogi State, where we disbursed this money, this was the amount of money we disbursed, and this is the number of beneficiaries. Kogi State, in Cross River State, this is the amount we disbursed. In Cross River State, these are the beneficiary. Same thing with Akwa Ibom State. These are the beneficiary. This amount of money we disbursed, and then there should be everything should be vet, and then we confirm, okay, this individual duly received this money, because we keep hearing, okay, 500 something million naira, 40 billion, 30 billion, for crying out, like Nigeria is in a mess. Because it's high time we as citizens of Nigeria, because today valid seems there is no any development in the country as a whole. Like every day, the citizens keep shouting, "We are hungry. We don't have this. We don't have that." I think we as citizens, we should call and hold the ministers, the head of agency, and what have you, we should call them and hold them to ransom, like the same way we call out former minister of finance. She was misled in presenting a fake NYC certificate, but it's a fraud case, and it's a fraud case. She was suspended. So definitely, Betta Edu, no matter either she know or not, this money was transferred to an individual account. And then this what's called this project accountant, nobody knows her. Is he a ghost? Who is the project accountant? The project accountant also should be called out. Both Betta Edu, the project accountant, they should be made to face EFCC, and also the accountant general, if she do approve and release the money for the project, they should be called, provide the what's called the country with the list of people this money were disbursed to. Because if they keep going like if this keep going like this as a country, seriously, we don't have anywhere to go at all, and they keep all saying we the citizen. Are you going for now?
Okay. Please, can I come in?
One second, Femi. You mentioned Adeosun and the issue of certificate forgery or whatever, and she said she was misled. You know, those were some of the words that were used. So,
Yes.
can we then say that Betta Edu was also misled, but she should also face the sack in the same way as Adeosun?
No, even though
Because is ignorance? Can you claim ignorance as a defense?
this was go. I'm very sure Ms. Betta Edu should know better about how to go about this thing. Now, since they said this morning was disbursed to a better accountant, firstly, Betta Edu should step aside. Both Betta Edu, the better accountant, and in fact, even though the accountant general to step down, this money was truly disbursed to an individual account. She should step down, face this either can I say this action or face interrogation with EFCC, and let did you clear about it? Okay, this is how this money was being used. This is the project accountant. The account of the project accountant should be audited and know that okay, truly this money was being used for the purpose it was meant for, and these are the beneficiary of this money.
Femi, there's a clarification, please. There's a clarification. I don't know if I can go ahead.
Yes, you can go ahead.
Yeah. Please fire away.
Say, Accountant General has already issued a statement that he received that request from Betta Edu and she didn't process it, and she advised on Betta Edu on how to go about it. That this thing, the Office of Accountant General does not make payment on behalf of MDAs. That it is the MDA that does the payment as an accounting entity. And it's not allowed for you to transfer it to an individual account. That the MDA is supposed to transfer it to the account of each of the beneficiaries. So the Accountant General will pass the stage. Because initially when this thing happened, even me, I thought like that if the Accountant General actually releases money to this individual account, then the Accountant General is culpable. But Accountant General has come out now. The Accountant General has come out that no, she didn't authorize that. What she did, she advised Betta Edu on how to do it, that you don't release the money to an individual account, that the money should have gone to each of the beneficiaries. So I think we've passed that stage of Accountant General. It's left for Betta Edu now Now, for us to come and explain, after she received that advisory from the office of the accountant general, why did she still go ahead to release the money to an individual account?
Exactly.
You understand? That's where we are now. I expect the presidency to release a statement now, relieving of appointment. Relieving of appointment. There is no any how you can look at this thing. You cannot claim to be misled here. Office of the accountant general advisor that no, this is not how to do it. And this thing they've been saying that okay, after the TSA that ministry does not have true. Don't think it's true. I think they still have an account that is domiciled with the office of the accountant general. So which they are DFA control. And we must know in all this ministry, the minister is not the accounting officer. The minister is not. It's not even in a place to be authorizing release of funds. The minister is the permanent secretary is the accounting officer of all these ministries. So what was the role of the permanent secretary? What was the role of the DFA, the director of finance? In this thing, so she has a case to answer. Hey, don't let us go back to say, okay, the accountant general came out with that. So let Betta Edu now come and deny that no, we didn't receive any advisory from office accountant general. We go to you and you release it to the Oniyelu or what is her name. Then we can then say, oh, accountant general, you are lying.
Okay. So
This is who is that? Who's speaking?
It's Olatek. I'm sorry.
Okay. Olatek, speak, and then let's go to Olabode and keep it revolving.
I don't want us to start sugarcoating these things. I'm telling you, these people, they may be using this thing as a conduit pipe. Can we all remember during the former president, that's in person of former president Muhammad Buhari, when former minister for that same ministry was feeding school pupils during COVID-19 lockdown. They were going from state to state to share physical cash. Please, how do you audit that? How do you, if you want to audit that ministry, how do you go about this? How do you go about that? No, so these people, maybe they have seen that this was the same route these people took when they were doing their thing, and they got a lot of chicken pile for that. So why can't they do the same thing? In fact, I'm thanking God. I'm very, very happy that Nigerians of that time is not Nigerians of this time. We are beginning to wake up. We're beginning to wake up. Betta Edu cannot say she's not complicit in this matter. No, and somebody made mention that Ada Anambra should be suspended. I think Ada Anambra is just a personal aid to Betta Edu now. She doesn't have any.
She's the manager of one of the program that they are doing. She's appointed as one of the managers, one of the programs that they are doing.
Okay, she's appointed to one of the managers.
Yes, one of the managers of their program. They should be suspended.
So both of them have a question to answer. How can you say you transfer money to, if they want to audit that they want to audit that ministry? Okay, you move amount of money being pumped into that ministry. How do you go about the audit? You are transferring money to personal account, whereby you can say, okay, tomorrow you end up sharing physical cash to people. What are we? How are we doing this for ourselves in this country? The government, I think the government now, the presidency now should wade into this matter. What they to do is just, Betta Edu should just step aside first. Even if they are not going to show her they are not going to show her, they are not going to throw her away. She should just step aside and let EFCC come into this ministry and audit it. Where I'm saying this thing, is just that I'm not sure, but I'm just in my own illustration. It's just as if a smaller thief is fighting a bigger thief. Now I'm Ada Anambra and is pointing us that we should not talk about their own now. We should talk about the bigger one, that somebody transferred 44 billion into 5 private accounts. She claims is an error. So what are we not talking about? What we should be talking about now is that we should be calling them out, call the presidency out to address this matter. Nigeria of yesterday is not Nigeria of today. We are beginning to wake up, and this is how to call our government accountable. We all campaign for this government. We all work our ass out.
So they should be called out. Are you the mic? Sorry.
Thank you very much. Please stay on the mic section. There are more questions for you. Olabode, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, please tackle the first stage of this. Let's take it step by step. Thank you.
I've been enjoying listening to people, especially Ayebaba. Ayebaba seems like he's worked in the civil service before, because what he's saying sounds like it sounds accurate if you've worked in the civil service. I've not, but I've seen the processes. But let me state my bias before I continue. I like Betta Edu. Like I like as a human being, not because I support APC per se, but because I saw a work ethic during the campaign process, and it was impressive. So I took that, like, in my mind, it's always a work ethic that comes to my head. The way she was going at it, trying to gather women on behalf of the party. But that said, you see, someone said they've been doing this before. That's a fact. This is not unusual. As a matter of fact, when I read the millions, I was like, oh, okay, Nigerians are shouting over 500 and something million, which is a lot of money. But remember, the person that was in the same office was accused of more. The person in the same office actually came out, in other words, actually came out to make incendiary comments about how they fed hundreds and millions of people during COVID, blah, 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 blah. Nobody checked her. So, instinctively, where my mind is going is, well, people have groused with Betta Edu. Now, I'm not saying citizens, but I'm saying politicians, and they want to oust her. The citizens are right to call for them ousting her. The citizens have every right to call for it. But there's a political undertone to this. And for me, it's a case of if you must clean house, you clean everywhere. Don't just pick where to clean. Now, Betta Edu should resign if she's flouted the law. I agree. However, let's take it far back to those who did similar things in the previous administration. The woman of Humanitarian service was worse than what Betta Edu has ever done. So if we must clean Betta Edu out, then we cannot stop at Betta Edu, because she's following a template that was set way before she joined the civil service, even way before the last administration. It might not be what people want to hear, but it is what it is. You can't pick and choose where to play politics. Thank you.
Can I come in there?
Yeah. I mean, the question for me would be, because of the excesses or the corruption in the previous administration under this particular program, should that be an excuse for us to not take action now, today, while understanding and accepting action should still be taken on the previous minister?
No, it's not an excuse. And remember, I said I demarcated, right? Where I said the citizens are right to call for her to resign. Ordinary citizens have been shortchanged either by last administration or this administration. So I get that. But I'm talking to the politics of things, right? You cannot but see the play of politicians here, right? So citizens on this stage who are calling for her to go are within their right. Right? There's no excuse. Now, must she be punished? Yes. But don't stop at punishing Betta Edu. Now, let's take it back. Let people who are stolen, who provided the template for Betta Edu, pay the price for the rubbish they've done. Do you get what I mean?
Yes, I do. Olabode, please stay on the line. There are going to be questions and more insights needed from you as well. Who was it that wanted to speak just now?
Yeah,
Please
yeah.
see the mic.
Me, yeah.
See the mic.
The thing is, this. The fact that Farouk did and people shouted that time, we all out, but we had a president then that doesn't listen. And that was the hallmark of the Buhari administration. That was why its administration failed. In the area, it failed. Buhari doesn't listen. It doesn't take feedback. You are the president. You don't know the intention of people that you've appointed. And you can't see it all. But the citizen participation, when citizens participated and say, oh, something is going wrong here, and they call the attention of the president was at. So don't let us bring the issue of people who were there before Betta Edu. Betta Edu has contravened financial regulation. And this money is no small. Over 500 million naira. It's a lot of money. And don't let us look at it that, okay, the woman that was there before they are accusing now 37 billion, maybe the other woman 43 billion. Even if it's 1 naira, the money belongs to the Nigerian people. It belongs to the Nigerian people. And this is to sign the kind of a note of warning to all the other ministers. I believe this thing is going on in all the other ministries and other parastatals. It's going on. The country just too corrupt. People are just wicked. They don't care about the next person, whether the rules are bad, whether hospital there's drugs or nothing is happening. People just want to amass wealth and go and buy houses abroad. You understand? So this one that has been caught now should be dealt with. It will serve as a signal and it will even improve the anti-corruption post of Mr. President, that he will not tolerate nonsense. He told us that the buck stopped at his desk. It's time for him to act now. And the EFCC should now move in, probe all the program that they are doing. Everybody in that ministry should be investigated. This is it will return that power back to the citizen that, okay, we've done this with humanitarian affairs, we beam light on all the other ministries. And to me, I've made my own suggestion, all these programs should be scrapped. Let's move the money to the Ministry of Works. Look, is there any highway in Nigeria today that is okay? Where can you drive for 3 hours on any Nigerian road without pothole? Can you? And we are talking of money that is running into hundreds of billions. So people are just siphoning it. Where is that money we can give to the Logistical RCC? Give them one road of this thing. Do it and let's see it. I use the mic.
So let me quickly say this. Mr. Yebaba, I agree with you, right? I agree with what you're saying. As a citizen, I understand where you're coming from. But I fear that the positioning is more of an ideal positioning than a real positioning. Let me give you an instance. 2 different people can still say one another, right? One is punished because he or she is out of favor with politicians. Politicians flag it up. They choose to really punish the person because the person didn't share with them. The other person, who sold the same amount, is let go and even given a bigger position because, of course, it settles, right? You sound like someone that knows how civil service works. So you and I can move away from the ideal position and understand the reality within the Nigeria we operate today and say, okay, what's going on there? And this is why I said, as citizens have the right to call for a sack. You guys calling for a sack are 100% on point. However, I understand the role of politics in this, and I'm saying, let's not leave it better alone. Let's go further, right? Let's go. The president today, the power to direct EFCC to open whatever case they need to open. Let's go further to investigate the woman that was there in the past. Thank you.
Okay, I think this is actually a very interesting one. Because if we think about this particular situation, for me, I think the question is, this clearly shows that there is a problem. If the government wants to distribute money to vulnerable groups and households, what is the best way to do that? In a way that we have accountability, number one, we ensure that it is effective and that the cost of distribution of that money is value for money in terms of, you want distribute 100 million, if it costs you 30 million to distribute that money, then it's not value for money because you've taken 30% of the actual money as the distribution cost. So for me, I'm actually quite worried that if what has been released, I think I am almost 100% sure that whoever leaked that memo, maybe perhaps it's not about Betta Edu, it is about a new generation of Nigerians that are responding to the cries of Nigerians for accountability and for us to end corruption. That's my personal view. So is it possible that this person wanted to open a can of worms of how monies are being distributed? Because think about it for a second. Some people are saying the money has not actually been transferred to the personal account, but Betta Edu herself has spoken as if that money has actually been transferred. So I'm going to read an article and I'm going to post it on the Jumbotron to show that the way people are defending her is as though the money has been transferred, not that it has not. They've not categorically come out to say it hasn't been transferred. Because if you look in December and look on Betta Edu's Twitter handle and look at the newspaper reports, you will see that she was going to certain communities in the southern part of Nigeria, geographical area of Nigeria, and doing some poverty alleviation programs where they were having big, we're having, what I call, to me, it does look like a festival, to be honest. But the way they were doing it, to me, it seemed as though, do you need a big, massive, invite to people to a field or to an event center in order to distribute cash to them? Because it's also going to cost you money to be able to do that. And then number two, if this woman, Mojisola, got that money in her account, what is the daily transaction limit on personal bank accounts in terms of the amount of money that you can withdraw? So if this was made on the 20th of December, let's even assume they wanted to get money out to people for Christmas. Did they not know Christmas was coming before Christmas Day? Why did they do this at the beginning of December or at the end of November? Because it seems to me that some of these programs seem to be ad hoc. And I could be wrong, but I don't know if anyone else has something to say on what I've just said and anything you also want to add in addition. So Femi, are you there? Olatek, Ayibaba?
Yeah.
Yeah, please. I mean, if you have anything else to say, please.
I think
Okay.
this is taking a dangerous dimension now. If we are not careful, nobody is enchanting anybody, and nobody is trying to gag or work towards some people political agenda or whatever it is. I think Mr. Femi or Mr. Ibaba that cleared it that time that during former President Muhammadu Buhari, Mr. President don't listen. He doesn't dabble into if once he gave you work to do, he does not supervise. Whatever anybody, no matter what anybody says, he doesn't care about anybody. He doesn't look at this man. I'm not trying to praise our current president now. Look at the crisis he has intervened. Look at all this he has intervened when he became the president. If it were to be during our former president, he will not talk anything about it. Go and sort yourself out. That is his own style. But now, Mr. President, this foreign president, let us understand that every decision stop at his desk. Now, they said we should point out anything. If we see anything, we should say something. Now we are saying something now. Please, we shouldn't be painting it as if to make it look as if we are trying to winch on somebody or we are trying to play towards some political agenda or something. No, these are people that are oppressing us. They are fighting themselves. They are fighting. This is a fight. They are fighting themselves. To me, they are fighting themselves. If Adibi, former minister, and this current one, they are in good terms. we will not hear this thing. We will not hear it at all. So thank God this is coming out so that we put a stop to it at once. I don't care if EFCC come into this matter and they decided to dig up to like 15 ministers that have supervised that ministry. I don't care if they've not created that ministry anyway that time. I don't care whoever minister they have supervised that minister before they are going to ministry. They are going to they are going to investigate such minister. I don't care. What I care most is that this one is happening now before our very eye, and we are talking about it, and we want the authority to do something about it. That is the way to go. If we can successfully do something about this one, other ministers will take proper shape. Other ministers will take proper shape. We look at that time when we started calling out a minister of power. That was when he knew that he will be coming to Twitter, he will come to X to come and be giving updates. Before he was not saying anything. Before. So that is to tell you that our voice is not only being heard, our voice is very, very strong now. So they cannot take it for granted. So we should work towards how we are going to be pointing them what they are doing wrong or what they are not doing, so that they will be taking shape, irrespective of any president that is coming to power tomorrow or next tomorrow. We will know that anybody that is bringing on board is ready to work, or else who will know that they will put government up on him. So please, we should not see this as we are fighting somebody or we are trying to gang somebody, or we are trying to do anything to anybody. No, anybody that is doing something that is wrong, we should point it to the person, or we should point to the government that this is not the way to go, or this is not what you promise us. That is the way we should do it. We should not start saying it otherwise. I use the mic, please. Thank you.
Yeah, can I come in? Let me make my last.
Yeah, please do so.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with you, Mr. Olabode. Honestly, because if we look at it, I believe it was even God that just exposed these people. The fact that there was maybe
it's Olatek, not Olabode.
Olatek, sorry, fighting between the coordinator of the social investments program. That's Madam Halima that was arrested already by the FCC. That moved 44 billion into a private account, and Betta Edu, because it was Betta Edu that reported her, and Mr. President acted immediately. And that was how this is the one that Betta Edu has been doing now came out. We expect Mr. President to, as a matter of urgency, now suspend Betta Edu, ask her to resign from the cabinet immediately. To resign from that cabinet immediately. The probe of the former minister is ongoing. She went to send a lawyer to EFCC that she's sick. But EFCC has given her that she must appear by next week, because this is what they do. Anytime the EFCC is requesting for them, they will not. That is when you will know that they are sick. Nigeria, we can't continue like, look at the billions we are hearing, and nothing is working in the country. Go to our hospitals, look at our people. You see 45-year-old, 50-year-old Nigerians leaving their job, selling their property, moving to UK to go and become cleaner, to go and become all sorts of things. It's mad. We can't have a country this way. Let this sign as a pointer. It will improve the anti-corruption rates of Mr. President. Every other minister will sit up. You understand? I like Betta Edu as a person. I like her enthusiasm, the way she walk and the way she carry herself, and the fact that she's a young person. We cannot tolerate this. You cannot tolerate this. This is illegal, what she has done, and she has to go. For somebody like her that has been commissioner before, she ought to know. She ought to do. And for the Accountant General of the Federation to even advise her, give her advice, this is not done. This is, she still went ahead. Come on. She should be held responsible for it. We should be calling on Mr. President now to act immediately. Because it's turning to an embarrassment for him now. The thing we even leave Betta Edu now come to the president. If the president does not act immediately, thank you, I yield the mic.
Can I
Yeah,
go
thank
now?
you. Yeah. Please, seize the mic. Let's keep the conversation flowing.
There's one thing I noticed that the question that you raised many of our people have tried to do justice to it. The question they raised, I already laid a foundation for it when we started about how do we distribute this money and legitimately. And at the same time, we are not going to waste much money because we are distributing money for the less privileged. Now, I will still go back to what I said. There is no Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, whoever the government appoints, maybe after this particular we are discussing, that should come out and tell Nigerians that they are going to send money to people's accounts. Or else we want to continue to deceive ourselves. Nigerians, majority of our people who are supposed to collect this money, they are in rural areas. As in, if I say rural areas, there are some rural areas that is even better. There are rural areas that is last rural areas. So if any minister is coming now, he should know, he or she should know that he should not talk about account holder or maybe transferring of money, please. Or else you want to deceive us. I know the environment I live in. I've visited many states in Nigeria. A farmer. I know where people live, and I know how difficult for people to come to the city, especially if they don't have anything coming to do. Many of these people don't have bank accounts, or else we want to deceive ourselves. Any minister coming out and saying that she went to somewhere in Lagos, those people that live on the water, I don't know the name of that place. Does she want to tell me that she give money, she transfer money to those people account? Is it not cash she went there to distribute? Why did you admit in the first place that you are going to distribute money direct from CBN to their account when you know fully well that is not possible? If you want to tell us that okay, 20% of people, these people, we have transferred their money to account, but majority of them don't have account. What do we do? Let it be transparent. You lie to us. Now you think your excuse, we are going to take your excuse. We are not going to take that. Moving forward, if government want to give very good money, tell us that they will transfer money to account because general majority of them don't have account. Thank God for people days, like I said, many people don't have access to banking. As I said, insecurity have chased many banks out of the local government. Many banks have left local government. Before now, maybe early 90s and late 90s, you can still go to some local government and you see a bank. I'm not talking about local government that fall inside a city center or inside a state capital or some bigger city. I'm talking about local government that is inside the bush. That maybe after you leave that local government, every other community you see, it is what the Bible calls Ileto in Yoruba language. When you hear Ileto in Yoruba language, you count, you count is 15. Some Ileto, which is very rural, remote village, you can't even get a communication network. So you are telling us that you open money transfer, money waiting for them. At the end of the day, you are going around with cash. I don't want to speak much about the legality or illegality of the money withdrawn, money sent to private bank account. I know the law will handle that, and I don't want Mr. President to play politics with it. If Halima can be suspended, Betta Edu should be suspended, and the law should take its course. But going forward, what is the way forward? The way forward is that there is nothing we can do. We are going to distribute cash. That is if we want this money to get to the people that really need it. These people don't have, majority of them don't have a bank account. Majority of them don't visit the city for a year. Majority of them don't leave that community more than 2-3 years. They are inside that community. In fact, majority of them, they interact with people that comes to buy their farm produce for them, those middlemen. So some of them, they see a car once in a week because they have a village market that they used to do every once in a week. That is when they see a bus or a car that will move from their that their community to the city is as local as that. So please, if we are going to continue and we're going to achieve distribution of this money to the vulnerable in our society, we should take everything consideration. I mean, everything into consideration, because distribution money to the vulnerable among us, we have to go with both cash and transfer. Then, how do we distribute cash? And that cash will be accounted for. Except we want to be proving that we are pushed, and Nigeria has not gotten to that stage that every vulnerable people among us where they can get their money account, or the government needs to do the needful now. Just as the example the citizen gave about the INEC, how did the INEC got it right, and the issue of humanitarian affairs did not get it right. So for me, we have to do better, and the people need to tell us the truth, because people in rural areas, majority of them don't run bank account. And if you say you transfer to these people, you must prove to us. You tell us that you have 15 million list with you. I think that where is the list? Then after that, we will not know. We will not ask you, how did you send money to them?
Femi, sorry to cut you.
All right.
You see, we keep saying these people have no bank account. Sorry, just mute for a second because it's echoing. We keep saying these people have no bank accounts, that most of them have no bank accounts. And I keep thinking to myself, if we are narrowing this to the particular payment that was made for Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Lagos, Ogun State, please, let us be honest. Are you telling me that most of this, I mean, this is just incredible. Telling me that the people in Lagos, Ogun, Cross Rivers, Akwa Ibom are not more likely or probable to have a bank account, have NIN,
You are talking about Lagos. You are talking about Akwa Ibom. You people, I don't think you people, if you have traveled far near in this country, come to the north central, yeah? Come to the northwest, come to the northeast. Do you understand? Even that.
No. I'm not.
Even that Lagos.
No.
Even that Lagos you are talking about.
Femi, you are miss. No. Femi, you are not. I am not. Yeah. Femi, I am not necessarily disagreeing with you in the entirety of your submission. I am just saying that this payment discussing is for Lagos, Ogun, Cross Rivers, Akwa Ibom. Let's actually reason the states I just mentioned.
Thank you.
Is it probable? You understand?
Don't go far. People that does not have account will likely have a wallet. Wallet attached to their name. Oh my God. Let me just hand up. I will leave the mic now. Okay. I will leave the mic now. Olatek, I will leave the mic now. Now, you people are trying to look at this in a such a way that maybe the kind of I don't know. I was once a farmer, and I know how remote some places are in this country. How remote, but it now depends on your personal opinion. I'm not going to argue for that, but I know that if the majority that is going to benefit from these things, if they are going to be the real beneficiary, I don't think we can go cashless. That's my opinion. Thank you.
So, Citizen Olu, let me say this. You see, sometimes where urbanized people are in quote arrogant.
No. Olabode, before you go, I'm not stopping you for speaking. Before you go, let me just be very specific. I mentioned Lagos State. I mentioned Ogun State. For example, I'm from Ogun State. I know rural areas inside Ogun State. You know, from Ogun Water side to Dogbolu, Taye, all the way to Shagamu. So my point is, my point is, this is my point, and it's a personal opinion. I think when we use this excuse that the unbankable are over 80%, I think it might depend on the state and the region. And when you think about the north, say you want to do this kind of program in Niger State is over 30,000 square kilometers with many rural communities compared to, say, a Lagos or an Ogun State. Ogun State is about, I think, if memory serves me correctly, I think about 16,000 square kilometers. Lagos is 3,300 square kilometers. So if we're thinking geographical distance to a bank, you are closer to a bank than you are in Niger State or Sokoto or Kebbi. So there have to be variances and nuances within this. Please, Olabode, go.
Thank you very much.
Let me go on, please. So you see, we have to not just think about things in terms of the urbanized, regions within states, right? For instance, the Bode is urbanized, right? But there are peri-urban regions surrounding the urbanized region. Let me give you a Lagos example. Ikeja is urbanized, but within Ikeja, right, there are peri-urban regions, peri-urban areas within that, like maybe outskirts of those places where people are practically squatting, right? Same with places like Ondo State. Then when you go to suburban areas, it even gets worse, right? Places like, say, that Ijebu Waterside, the Omowood, J4, I think that's what's called. Then you go to places like Ondo State, where you have Ilututun, Omotosho, all those places, right? Then you go to places like Ondo, like I'm talking Ondo town, right? On the way to the Illegality, you see certain communities, you will be shocked. You go to Akure, you will see places like, even within the same Akure, Ijoka, places in what's the name of this place on the way to Elisha? It's a very Ilaramokin area. You'll be shocked. The majority of the communities may not be banked. May not be banked. Right now, as per 80%, I generally think Nigerians are poor with numbers, right? I think we just make up numbers on the spot. However, I would say that a lot of these guys may not be as banked. Let's go back to that Lagos. Even in Mafoluku, in that market side, anybody familiar with this Makinde Bissam side, some of the urban areas may not be banked. Go to Oshogbo, right? On the way from Oshogbo to that spot between Oshogbo and Leoluji and Ikiro, sorry, not Leoluji. As if you're going to Offa, right? You see many suburban areas where those people are practically in quote cut out from these services that we take for granted every day. But that's not to say it's up to 80%. I don't think it's up to 80%. As a matter of fact, if I had to do automation, I would say about 40% as opposed to 80%. But the people are significant when you take them only, right? When you take them as a people. So when you go to places like Cross Rivers too, apart from like just by the outskirts of Calabar, I'm sorry, it's been a long time I've been to some of these places. There are roads where you go to and you see people living lives that is cut out from civilization as we know it today. So I'm not doubting the numbers of these people will be many. Do I think 80% is a stretch? Yes, I think it's a stretch. Maybe 40 to 50%, maybe. I'm not giving any definite numbers there, but their numbers are also not as insignificant as we may think they are. Do you get what I mean? So I think it's doing that balance there, if you get what I mean. But that said, listen, guys, let me reiterate. I think the call citizens are making, you are right. Betty should resign, but the FCC getting into the case should not just stop at Betty. Betta, sorry, I keep saying Betty. Yeah, it's because I'm from those states. They should not stop at Betta. They should go further than Betta. And investigatorly bring anybody to charge, talking like even dig more into different ministries. As a matter of fact, I want people to dig, and Citizen Olu, you know why this is personal to me. I want people to dig more into Ministry of Power and Steel, or Power, right? And really, really get the madness that is there, because when they dig into power, you guys will understand where Nigerians' money went. This is what you see.
Very much for that, Olabode. I think Gwando, you haven't spoken. Please take the mic, and then and then Bashir. Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening, Citizen Blue, and all the speakers and those on the listening session. My own take on this issue is, I think civil servants, they have this way of cajoling Nigerians to believe that, look, this is usually the best way for us to do things. They amplify certain narrative. Underneath that narrative, it enables and enhances corruption. Now, I've listened to people talking about, oh, they are unbanked, they are this, they are that. For God's sake, if I give out money, there should be process and procedures for me to, carry out audit process. You are giving out money to people that presumably they said they are unbanked, they don't have BVN, they don't have NIN. And my question is, what is stopping the ministry at that point of you going to give these guys money? Is there no way there should be synergy between the Ministry of Humanitarian whatever and the National Identity Management Company, so that at the spot where you are giving these guys these funds, you understand, they are registered, so that at least we now have a clean data of these guys? Because if somebody seems not to have an identity, let me use that word, because if somebody does not, have any of this means of identification, but yet month in, month out, the person keeps getting money, it is very possible that is where corruption is. That one person, by the time you change somebody's name, you interchange the names. For every individual that you manipulate the names, there's a huge money going down the drain. Huge. And when at the last speaker was saying it should be the range of 40%, I think it's far lower than that 40%. Because what these guys do they amplify the figure of those that are on. A sort of encourage corruption, and there won't be accountability. That is where I have the problem. And personally, from day one, I'm one person that don't really encourage this giving out of her heart, because we keep pushing this narrative of the people that are vulnerable are in the rural areas and all those. My brothers, you see, I think we have more vulnerable people in the city than in the rural areas. The man in my village is so sure of his next meal. He doesn't pay rent. Those guys back home there, what they need is just good roads, possibly one functional health center that will take care of 2-3 communities, and school for their children. These are things that they need, not consistent this corrupt system of handout that there's no accountability. At the close of the day, monies that should have been used to provide these facilities for these people in the rural areas ends up in the pocket of civil servants and politicians. That is where I have a problem with this process. People in the rural areas, what they need, they are predominantly farmers. They want to farm, get their items to the nearest place of sale, nearest point of sale. They equally want good road that give them access to the nearest point of sale. Schools, they are not as poor as we are trying to. They are not as vulnerable. Let me use that their lexicon as they want us to believe. This is just manipulation and corruption. That is my own submission. I yield the mic. Thank you.
Let's correct. As someone that's lived in, who was born and bred in Lagos, right, and who has worked and lived outside Lagos, in some of these communities I mentioned earlier, I promise you, people are poorer in those communities that you would care to think. I promise you, it is worse than imagination. If we write real life tales of what we've seen in those communities, you think it's fiction.
Okay,
right?
thank you, Olabode. It's my turn. Let me quickly take my turn.
Ashafule, yeah, please.
All right. Oh, please. Oh, well, I think I have listened to quite a number of people on this matter, and I feel as much as we are concerned, some of us are we're getting too carried away with what I see as what is actually happening to this saga. One is this. I want to pick on Femi's submission. Truly, I think with the system Betta Edu Betta met on ground, there's no way they won't deal with cash. And whoever has advised Betta to have gone that route, I think is a deliberate trap for her. And this is one of the traps that the civil servants are deliberately putting on. At least they've been there for quite some number. They know how they've been doing to always have their way to make sure they create a bottleneck. Right. And again, we also need to understand that even in Lagos, due to the nature of my job, I work across the Southwest, and I'm also involved in a social service. And I can tell you, even in Lagos, there's some area that you go to, you realize that quite a number of people in that environment don't even have access to, but they don't even have bank accounts. I've witnessed it not once, not twice. But unfortunately, as for that such ministry, they fail to create a system that could enable accountability and make this thing go seamlessly, but because of the hidden agenda of the things they want to do, they purposely created that bottleneck. And I think, like Olabode has said, I think the EFCC or the government of the day needs to look into that ministry beyond this administration, up to the last administration. Some people need to give account of what they have done in the office they represent, so at least we can have a better society to live. Again, I think if we see how to deal with cash, well, there'll be need for Betta Edu to have gone to some of these areas with cash, but however they've got the cash may be a serious problem that we are actually addressing now. And let's not look at the 44 billion that was diverted. I think that is the major challenge we have here. And if you look at such people, such person, to me, there's no excuse to that. Whatever the such person is saying, I think that person should also be prosecuted. Outrightly, should be prosecuted. One thing is this. Let me now address to what is the how best we can deal with this. I think that ministry need to partner with third party like telco company. Most of these people has phone number, and if you are looking at OPay and the likes of them, Money Point, why not engaging these people and let them go into those rural areas? Let's have a database. Anybody that actually want to benefit from such palliative should be registered. They have name, should be registered, and have a comprehensive digital database that will enable the ministry to dispense this fund. For how long should we continue in this with this? For me, I still feel an opportunity should be given to Betta to explain herself, and for EFCC to truly.
Well, Ashafuri,
Yeah.
they also collect, according to what we're hearing, when they go and register these people, they collect their biometrics, meaning their fingerprint, their passport photograph, and other, biological biodata. So what is so hard?
You see,
Do
there's
you understand?
one thing you need to understand about it. You see, let me give you an instance. Well, my wife worked with one of the federal ministry and precisely MPC, Population Commission. And as of 2017, I wrote a proposal for them to digitalize their system, the database. But obviously, they turned it down. And at the end of the day, my wife told me, they can't digitalize it. That is where they made their money. You see, a lot of these civil servants are creating this bottleneck, deliberately creating this bottleneck. Are you telling me Betta Edu met a system that can seamlessly distribute this money without having to withdraw cash? You think Betta Edu would have decided to go with cash? She wouldn't have done that. She wouldn't have done that. And I still said it, Betta should be investigated. And if culpable, she should be prosecuted. But the culprit here is the person who diverted 44 billion without any authorization. That is outright stealing. I'm not exonerating Betta in this instance, but to me, I think we should be more focused. Those who release such that damaging of the Betta Edu money gotten from the 600 and something million, 558 million, are just trying to divert attention and try to at least create chaos. But yet, I'm not exonerating her. Halima go and face the wrath of the law. At what point did the director started diverting money, pretending to be a security, try to secure the money to the excuse she has given? Well, to me, I think we should be more focused, and we shouldn't put emotion into this. We shouldn't put emotion into this. You call someone who stole your things and he's telling you, oh, somebody stole yesterday. Let me address the one you have stolen at present, then we'll come back to that.
They should address all that are stolen. It's not a question of addressing one. They should address all that have been stolen.
Address what I've stolen, but that one, it is known that money. There was a letter that she has requested for the money to be released, and she was advised on what to do. That means there was a requisition for such money to be disbursed, and she was advised. If she has not jettisoned the advice given to her, that's another thing. She should also be disciplined on that route. But someone in that route diverted 44 billion, and such person, the same person is coming to release a statement. Someone that 558 million has been diverted into personal account, but she was there when that money was diverted. How have they been doing it before this administration? There's so much need to be unraveled. Thank you. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much for that, because I believe, and look, anything I say here is my personal opinion. I'm not saying you shouldn't have an opinion which differs from my opinion. Please and please, we're here speaking as Nigerians, not as Yoruba, not as Igbo, not as Hausa, Tiv, Tangale, Ngas, Birom, or whatever you may be. We're here to speak on a Nigerian issue, because this is important. For me, whether you divert 1 naira to a personal bank account or you divert 1 billion naira, I don't care. Procedures that are supposed to be there to prevent corruption and theft must be activated. Because just think about it for a second. You transfer 585 million naira into somebody's personal account. Nigeria has banking regulations. How will she even be able to get that money out in one day? You can't. Because cash limit.
Sorry to cut in. One, there's something I said in my submission. Before Betta Edu, how have they been distributing this fund? Secondly, whose account was the money transferred to? Third, you see, one thing is, if there is a working system, this thing wouldn't have happened. Like I said, these civil servants, well, they are deliberately giving us problem. It's not difficult, it's not a rocket science. And get all this telco, they will put this thing in line, they will put everything on point. Even MTN is enough. We have Globalcom. We have send money on our phones. That doesn't mean there are not areas that are not bankable, like I've said, but they can create that system. What stopped them from creating a system that can effectively disseminate this? I mean, dispense this money to the most vulnerable. It's because people want to start siphoning this fund. They are deliberately doing this thing, and Betta is just caught in the web. As far as I'm concerned, she's caught in the web. If she's caught people, she should be disciplined.
Fantastic. You mentioned something which is really important, because if you remember years ago, before the internet, before smartphones, Kenya had one system. I don't know if anyone remembers the name of the mobile money system that Kenya has. Does anyone remember the name? What's it called? What's it called?
I've forgotten the name, but
there's one that is really popular across Africa.
Let's Ashe talk about it. Ashe should know.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Just hold on, I'll get the name now. Yeah,
that's the M-Pesa. It's M-Pesa.
Yes, M-Pesa. And the funny thing about M-Pesa is it does not require a 4G connection or a 5G internet connection. It uses the 2G protocol, GSM protocol. Yeah, which is in that particular GSM, the ETSI, which is in the ETSI International Telecommunications Union's particular. Yes. So this is not advanced. Yeah, this is not. No, 1 second. Let me. It's not advanced technology. So you can design a system whereby they can do mobile money, and you can design a system that even operates offline, that only needs to communicate with a central server, maybe once a day or once every 2 days, where people can use their phones to transfer money from one person to another, or from the bank to their phone, and then they can do their transactions using a 2G or 3G. They don't even need a 4G or 5G 5G new generation technology, because we need to think outside the box. This does not require the internet. Let's cut a spade. Many of these people have mobile phones. They may not have an Apple Pro Max or a Samsung S22 or S23, but they have a mobile phone. In Nigeria, you go to look, I have family members that live in villages too, and they still have mobile phone, not a smartphone, but they have mobile phones. It's not very sophisticated, but they have one, and that's how we call them and reach them. And I'm not talking about places that are 10 kilometers away from Djibouti, places that are further away from there. And if I go to my mother's place, for example, in places like Iyebwa, or in Fuga, or places close to Adenebode in Edo State, in the northern fringes, right on the River Niger, that place is not a fully developed place, but they have mobile phones. So, and even the poorest amongst them have mobile phones that they used to reach their cousins and family members in the cities and in other places, in Lagos and other places. So this is something that can be done. The question should be, why are they not using such systems? I yield. Next person, please go. I think
Yes,
self-regulate us.
it is Olu. You see, somebody just told you how the wife and the colleague also try to introduce a system. You understand? Civil servants, once they have created a means of corruption, they would always want to insist, block every means to ensure that you don't, sort of introduce a system that will take that means of corruption away from them. That is why you hear them keep talking about, these people, 80% of them don't have access to banking. And this is a society, we're in a society where we are encouraging cashless policy. We're in a society where the CBN keeps screaming that there's too much money outside the banking circulation. You understand? So how do you arrest this situation? Introduce technology, but we resist it. And who heads that ministry? Betta Edu, a political appointee that came in. Once look at what this gentleman is doing in what do you call it, Ministry of Interior. You understand? So if she came in, she met a system that is somewhat not too appealing. Let me use that word. Her responsibility is to immediately, she's on that saddle now for about 6 months. Call the IT guys. You understand? And let them look at ways of resolving this thing. I keep saying it as a political appointee. If you are not smart, you don't have smart technical advisors around you, the civil servant will chew you, they'll put you into problem. Once you allow them to dictate the pace for you, you are toast. They did it to a former minister for health. They did it to her. So I'm not exonerating her. I won't exonerate her because she has that ministry. If the president appoints you and gives you that responsibility, your responsibility is to bring in ideas and transform that ministry to ensure that at the close of the day, the level of corruption, because we are in an era of renewed hope, bring in innovations that will transform that ministry. In the last 6 months, look at what that gentleman is doing. So she doesn't need 1 year or 2 years. These are very simple and minute things that ought to have been in the pipeline to resolve. And in any case, like I've stated earlier, once you get involved in a system, at the close of the day, the very little that you saw your hand with, once you leave that office, this civil servant will calculate, you see the calculations that they will pour out at the close of the day. So this is an advice to those who are close to people who they've been appointed into position. They should shine their eye, or else at the close of the day, they will be the whipping child at the close of the day. I yield the mic.
Good evening, everyone. Just to chime in, if you guys don't mind. So Betta has to go. That sounds sacrosanct for me. I don't care if he wasn't aware.
Okay, Andy.
Oh, let me remove my earpiece. Hold on. One second, please.
Answer Pataki, you they wear earpiece. Remove the earpiece, my friend.
Don't mind him. He's always trying to be a gentleman in every situation. Like, he's always been a gentleman. In this place, out.
Why you are still removing your mouth? Why you are still removing your
talk
mouth?
He's
still removing his mouth.
I was going.
Let me portray the Guando.
Kajiko, speak,
sorry,
my friend.
Ashe.
Yeah?
I'll drop you.
Oh, is somebody else speaking? Can you hear me?
No, continue.
Okay, thanks. Betta has to go. Then she should face the music. Now, where I find it a bit interesting, I read a bit of some things she said. I hear people trying to say that the civil servants can mislead you and things like that. The question I ask myself is, if I'm going into a ministry or an MDA, am I not meant to build a team loyal to me coming from outside? So I have a lawyer. I have somebody who understands policies and procedures, somebody who, when you take the ISO standards, people who read through policies, people who write policies, so that the first thing we do in the first 90 days is understanding of what the policy of government or what the policy of that ministry is. How do we handle X or Y or Z as documented before you start listening to anybody and you start making an implementation. If the civil servants know that you know what the policies say, everybody will sit up. Now, I can talk from experience. I've had a stint with MDA. Please forgive me, I won't mention it. And it was this approach. And once the man finds a member of staff who was going to point him in the wrong direction to get him soiled, he will just post you to the border town, one border town in Nigeria. He can't fire you, but will tell the civil service, post him outside HQ to the border town. And once that is done, it's clear to the person that is on his way out, because you have access to no action, you have access to no growth. You're just in one corner of the country and you are left alone. Betta has done poorly. She has allowed herself to be. So if she's innocent, then she will have a hard time trying to prove her innocence. She must call out everybody that is involved. If she must go down, she must not go down alone. That's what I did if I'm in her shoes. Ensure that everybody who has brought me down this path also has to face music equally. That's where I'll leave it for now. Thanks.
So I hear what you're saying, right? But are you towing the idealistic position or are you towing the real position? Because one, you can't bring everybody down. I promise you, in politics, she cannot afford to do that. Why? Some of our beneficiaries would be named. Some people who have dealt her in the past. Betta is a young woman and she didn't get there of her own merit. I'm sorry, it's not like she's even like a person who made a name before in other industries before they sort of haunted him, if you like. She's not an Okonji-Iweala, she's not a Femi Adesina, right? She's a lady who had benefited from the political system. And the political system is what she probably is paying back. So she cannot bring, in quote, everybody down. If she must go down, she has to go down alone at this stage, because that gives her the chance to come back, right? That's the politics of things. But for me, I think she should be punished. I know, knowing Nigeria and Nigerian system, she would be punished for now. They will keep her in the cooler. She will still come back into the space as something. She may not play a role as a minister anymore, but she will play a significant role in the politics. They might give her some good thing to handle in the party, But to expose everybody in this situation, that's not done politically, and I'm sure she wouldn't make that mistake. It's really not possible for any politician in Nigeria to make.
Olabode, sorry to call thing. If I listen to what I'm trying to say is,
Can we not make this? Can we just can we the fact that I've been gentleman enough, please?
Are you
The
gentle?
guy, I mean, Ashola is not. No, please. I have been called to speak. I allowed them. What's his name? Ashola to speak, and then Olabode spoke, and Ashafri wanted to speak. I'm forgetting that the line has been called already. Can we not make it just?
Okay. Olabode, 1 second, guys, everybody, please, 1 second. Let Bashorun go, then Olabode, you can make your commentary. Bashorun, please go. Well, here as Nigerians, may we no fights. There's no fight here. There's no fight here.
Yes, I didn't want to interject. I mean, this guy spoke. Olabode and Ashafri, please. Let's consider that. Thank you so much. Well, on the issue, very clear. I'm not even talking about. I mean, for those who, I think when I made the submission on, a lot of people were thinking maybe I was supporting the minister Betta Edu, but I think I've been all over my timeline, both WhatsApp and everywhere, and a lot of progressive were actually sending DM. I mean, am I a progressive? And I had to tell them, this is not, I'm not a progressive. If that is your ideology of being a progressive, that we can interrogate, I mean, the government. And for me, what I'm defending is actually the NSIPA, the process under President Muhammadu Buhari. And then for those who are saying, I mean, who find it difficult to believe that there are Nigerians without bank account that have been completely cut off from basic social amenity, I think it confirmed that you have completely lost touch with the people in the rural area. And I've been saying that 80% of the people, I mean, let me not give a statistic, I mean, percentage now. Majority of the people that are targeted by this intervention are people in the rural areas. They are not people that have access to internet, or people that have access to Twitter, or Instagram, or people that are in Lagos and Abuja. And let me use Illegality, those states. I thought Illegality is a very developed, I mean, place in terms of being developed both in human capital, literacy, commerce, and what have you. But my sister, the husband is a pastor. They were posted to Illegality last year, and I have visited twice. When I got to Illegality, I was shocked at the reality that I found. In Illegality, if you go to the same everywhere. If you go to Akwa Ibom, that people are finding it difficult to believe. Akwa Ibom actually have one of the lowest, highest illiteracy rates. You go to a village, almost all of them cannot even speak English. They can't write. They don't even. When you say that, it's like they are still in the stone age. That is our reality. It's a reality across, the 36 states of the federation, including Abuja. People are still living in mud houses. They've never seen electricity in Nigeria. If somebody that is born in Nigeria, 10 years old in Nigeria, have not seen electricity, I mean, I'm talking of from the power holding come of Nigeria, unless one is supplied by generator. Mr. Shavron, you're thumping down, but that is the truth. In the last 10 years, there has not been electricity supply in Nigeria. There is only they connected the pole, everything, but over 10 years, there's not been electricity supply. Please prove me wrong. I will call my sister and put it on the screen. I'll call people.
I can mention many communities in that place
So if
without
you
like
go to Igbokota, the same.
more than 12
If
years.
you
I can mention 12 communities
thank you.
in
If you go
Ikale
to
and in Nigeria. No now more than 12 years.
so if you go to Kogi, my own state, if you go to majority of this area in Kogi East, that is the Igala axis, you see majority of the population there is as if they are still living in stone age. If you come to my own the Okuland, you still go to some villages that are still living in mud houses. And what I've been saying is they've not been fraud. I mean, fraud have not been established, or embezzlement have not been established. But I think what happened now, was enabled by the decision of the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for deviating from the policy of implement of the NSIPA under President Muhammadu Buhari. On other spaces, I have given the multiple layers of putting up the NSR, that is the National Social Investment. When you look at the step by step, I think I gave the three criteria through which they compiled the list. The people that are involved, I mean, in partnership with World Bank, the National Social Investment Coordinating Office. It also involves the state government. You have coordinating office at the state operational coordinating unit. So and that is why I'm saying, look, it is not we have a very perfect system. What we have are irresponsible, corrupt Nigerians as secured as the IPPIS, the integrated payroll and personal information system, IPPIS, as perfect as it is. We are still seeing civil servants, that are still infusing ghost workers into the system and paying them salaries every month, and then going through the back door to collect this money. That was why the president suspended the head of the IPPIS at the Accountant General's office, sometimes in July last year. And I'm saying the fact is, if when you go to some communities, I was a coordinator for 17 local governments in the northwest of the cover Katsina and Kano from 2020 to 2021. And my personal involvement gave me an appreciable understanding and knowledge about the rural community and the impact of this monthly stipend. And I've taken it upon myself, to show you how prudent it is. For whatever reason, I don't know why the National Social Investment Coordinating Office have refused to put up a functional portal where they will publish every name of people on that National Social Register. I don't know why. If you tell me your village where you are from now, I will go to the office. I'm not speaking register is for two categories. You have the one for the banks and the unbanked. And even before the unbanked can be paid, they are issued with identification cards, just like the daily drift, where their passport, their information. It also comes with social security number for the scheme that is attached to it. Every month, when the payment is being made, as to how the disbursement is being made, as a fifth branch, the CBN branch in that state. That is where we don't know how, but I'm telling you from the local government or the region, southwest, northwest that supervise, no money was paid into an account of any of the coordinators or field coordinators or state coordinators to disburse. No, once we arrive, whenever we're at go to the CBN of the state. That is where they get the money from. Then they give it to each of the local governments and then the local government and communities coordinating officers, and we make payments. While they are being paid, they also go through what you call the thumbprinting biometric. Once they get their money, they thumbprint, confirming that they have been paid, and that data is sent directly to the data center at the national social safety coordinating office in Abuja. The finger thumbprint biometric, that is how it is being done on a monthly basis. And when you see the layer through which the selection process of putting them into the national social register, I mentioned it in a particular space. This will be my time permit. Of three different stages of getting people into it. The first one is through the geographical targeting. What does that mean? The geographical targeting simply is we use each state to provide participating local government areas. And for every state, the process starts from the poorest local government. That is, when we want to go through the geographical targeting, we go through the poorest local government of that very state by assessing, in terms of the resources, the amenities within the local government, and the infrastructure of the local government. We put all of this into consideration. The second, the second process, the second step is community targeting, and the community targeting, the community identified. That is the community leadership, the traditional leadership. Then you have the women group, the youth group, the men group, all of them. They are the ones themselves that will identify and select the specific numbers of that community that they consider poor, that is living below poverty level. They are the ones that will give us the data. We just don't go there and be handpicking them. Oh, you are poor, you are poor. It is the people in the community. They have the women group, the youth group, the men's group, religious and the traditional group. That's what that would come together and bring us all of their own, and we take all of them, validate them before we put it in the register. And the last step is the proxy means test. And in this one, it is scientifically proven over time, that we use that process in terms of to run the household based on the different economic, educational, and social parameters that is the reality of each of the families in such a community. And it is mostly used to list households from the poor to the poorest for targeted intervention. So when you now look at all of these steps that are being taken, if you tell me that despite all of these steps, these multi-layer step that is being taken before you enter, then into the national social intervention, program, and you're still saying there can still be leakages. I mean, it means something fundamentally is wrong with us as a people. If we can still bypass and boycott all of these multi-layer, procedures to ensure that we have a credible national social intervention, social safety net. It means something fundamentally is wrong with us. There are not just one agency in charge. You also have the community social development authority. They're actually the one that put together, that work hand in hand with the World Bank to develop this very model. Then they forward the data to the national social investment coordinating office, which is the headquarters that coordinates all of this. The state government also played a part. That was how it was under President Muhammadu Buhari, and we never had any, incident, to the best of my knowledge, in my own, the zone I supervise, of any money being paid into into a staff or a coordinator, whether state or local government coordinator's account. No, they bring the money from the CBN at the branch in that state. That is where they normally get it. Then they bring it. They already know the exact amount because they are working with the register. If it is 50 million, they bring exactly 50 million for the bank. And we dispose, they bring their card, we verify, they do that, we pay them, they go. At the next month, we come and repeat. But when the current administration came out, they said they are restructuring. They handed the register to the state governors, where they said they wanted to do palliative for over 8 million, which is still what these grants are talking about now. It's part of it. The government, the federal government, succumbed to the blackmail of the state governors by giving them the register. That is where we are seeing all of this corruption at the very early stage. If the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration has maintained that template of President Muhammadu Buhari, I promise you, I'm not perfect, no system is perfect. I promise you, what we are witnessing now, it might be happening, but it would have been at this proportionary level. I think it would have been controlled the same way it was controlled under President Muhammadu Buhari. But handing the project and the register to state governors is actually like indirectly legalizing looting of public funds and corruption. Thank you so much. I yield for now.
Thank you very much for that expose, Basharu. I think we are at a stage where we have agreed theoretically that the financial regulations state very clearly that you should not move money into a personal account, even if for the purposes of project management or to a project accountant. That is what it states clearly. And even the accountant general has stated that in her own response to this particular issue. So, and people are saying, oh, it was initially rejected. So if it was rejected, are we saying that Betta Edu didn't know the procedural systems of her own ministry? Or is it that the civil servants did not clue her up in terms of bringing her up to speed on how money is disbursed within that ministry? Or is it possible the same civil servants were out to embarrass her and they had their own ulterior motives? There are so many questions on this particular issue, because as I said earlier, whether it's 1 naira or 1 billion naira, I don't think we should be saying it must be investigated. I don't care if somebody stole 100 billion last year. Yes, investigate that person. But this person today is the person whose case we are discussing. We cannot do whataboutism. We cannot do that, because if we do, that means there are other areas or other MDAs or ministries where this same system is being used to siphon public funds. Because just think about it for a moment. If it's possible for a minister to move 585 million naira into a personal account, and Halima was able to move over 40 billion into a personal account, this means there is no oversight. There's absolutely no oversight. And if there is oversight, is it possible those who are also stealing and say, well, okay, I saw it, but I'm not going to report it because I am also taking and do exactly the same thing. So there is a big problem here. But let's go on to the line. I think the next person to speak, I'm just trying to pick people who haven't spoken yet. Bamidele, please take the mic quickly, and then we'll go to UAE and Guando. Please take the mic.
Thank you very much, citizen. Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to say that I greet everyone on this space. Though I would like to always start with citizens and so all you guys should rise to call of the nation and let us build a better country together. So let me just take that part of the national assembly. Betta Edu story. I think I just got a better idea of what is going on about this 500 million, whatever. Just this money going forensic governance space team being hosted by Danny Boys. When I joined that space, when I have a better understanding, I've seen a lot of reporter media verifications from the camp of Betta Edu time and the acquisition and the rest. My own challenge to all of us hosting spaces is just simple. I think this conversation is better done when we call one of us. Because now Tinubu has been a regular space. I mean, somebody regular on space. Just like what is her name? Kemke. All these guys that we always have conversation on spaces together, a couple of them are working with these ministers now directly. Why is it difficult for us to drive one of them to the state to come and explain to us what happened? I think that is pertinent. At least before a good number of us are not even taking any caution, we just say simply because it's not this way, something must be generally wrong. Corruption must have been conceived and perpetrated. We are going and jumping into conclusion. Somebody is saying, I'm not making case for any minister and I don't have to because I'm not a PA to anyone. I only want the administration of Bola Tinubu to succeed, and that is my stake in the whole conversation. So what I am saying is that I think all the hosts that I've listened to today, that I've seen hosting spaces today, all of them, we know some people. If nobody can deny, Ada Anambra. Ada Anambra has been tweeting and be explaining this story. Let us find out to come to one of these places to talk. What happened and why we have to go that route of manual transactions or transferring money to personal account? What actually happened? So we should not bother people like Bashono who is going to be talking about it, but what I mean on the background of I'm a civil servant and we have done this thing before we do. What they have done exactly we don't know. We don't know. We are only speculating and getting probably this intention why it's done this way. So it's better we take all this on its merits, and that is the way we get the quality conversation all the time. And that is what I have treated. I treated Geneva Space in recording the money, and I've tagged Ada, and I've tagged Betta Edu, I've tagged the ministry that you guys cannot afford to pay. You need to do the needful. And I think what all of us should just also thinking of to drag them in that light so that let us even see what they come back with and explain. And the way I've seen people talking about this thing, all on the spaces I joined earlier in the day, I don't want to be mentioning it too much. Everybody like having a consensus. I even saw one where Bashono and Rati were dragged for even having this directive. Is it not automatically confirmed that once you are doing manual transactions, you are going to be defrauding the system? It's everybody has agreed that it is settled matter. When you want to fight corruption, it is digital interfaces are foolproof. I think what can be more erroneous than this? All the money that we are finding looking for now that were stolen, they were not done by manual transaction. All the accounts that are not balanced in CBN today, that is giving our forest market the serious problem, they were not done by manual transaction. It was not transferring to private account, personal account that accounts for it. Let us remember. And very, very more egregious one that was done on IPPIS platform. It's a platform that is fully digitalized to get a payroll done without human interface. One individual defrauded the system through that same digital interface to withdraw 90 billion naira that was not be denied. So now, I think all of us should just have any calling that we are having today. We should have it in mind that we are not ready for the system. We don't know the moment it is being on IPPIS, on the transfer from one bank to another bank, that does not mean it's not going to be diverted to wrong people. No, far from it. People can see before the system when the thing has gone through all the electoral channels. It happens. We want to call us and try being we are trying to be disingenuous about the fact that we all know. Former General Idris that was suspended, he stole money on digital interface to the tune of 90 billion naira. Are we saying this thing was, are we saying that this was a fiction? Is anyone here on this page today who does not know about that story? 90 billion naira. The money, all the forest allocation they are tracing to Dangote headquarters today, was it not on digital interface from CBN? So now why are we not pretending as if once you are doing something fully 100% digitalized, it's not going to be fraud? No, far from it. If the intention of getting better, how do it to defend the system? It does not need to do it manually before she sees 10 billion, 20 billion naira as a minister. All of us should not be denying this. We know this. We have been in the government department before. We know what it can happen to create fictitious names. Now, even the one that just happened to us, just at our nose, that just put yesterday in Nigeria Railway Service, where when they don't converted ticketing to internet platform, to digital platform, everybody, no analog again. Yet, government declare 100% rate for all passengers. All of us are in the know that personnel of Nigerian Railway Service, they book all seats in the train service and they started reselling the ticket to people. Are we not aware of that? Those people that were reselling those tickets, we don't have intention of fraud. Did they allow people to sell ticketing? So why are we not concluding Betta Edu must have been stealing for making it into personal account or private account or whatever account? No. She might have intention of fraud. It's not impossible. But going through this channel does not mean she's not stealing. She has not even been stealing on the platform they've been doing. We have to put that settle in our mind. She will have stolen more, even more than 500 billion. Every transaction she has done could have still traced and see whether she has stolen anything. She could have stolen even more on digital interfaces. Why are we pretending as if people couldn't have been stealing? Or Federal Ministry of Finance couldn't have been stealing at all? I think what we need to demand of government is probity. And everybody in government should come with clean hands. We should see the visibility of transparency, of probity and transparency in what we are doing. We should add that visibility. So that is exactly what we should be demanding. I would have loved if people working, at least when they are lying to us on space, all of us get sense now. We can see what they are sharing with us. We can ask them questions. And from there, we know what is going wrong. So all of us are pretending as if once everybody is transferred to every bank account. How many bank accounts are transferred to that are just dummy accounts that nobody owns? How many accounts? So many accounts were transferred to that. I just money account and the thing going to be leaked on other accounts later. People should go and investigate how did this stole 90 billion from personal payroll. 90 billion naira. If that was stolen, he had to sit up to 90 billion before Buhari the integrity even know they were stealing in that on that PPIS. Nobody knew. He has stolen up to the allocation of a whole state for a whole year. A whole state for a whole year. More than even allocation of for 2 years. He has stolen up to that before they knew he was stealing. So what are we talking about? I think what we need to emphasize is that these guys should not defraud our system. It does not really have to defraud the system by going manual, and it's not secure, it's not going to defraud by going digital. We have to realize that. Let that be searching our mind as they are just jumping to conclusion that it must have been stealing by taking they want to make it easy for them to divert 500 billion naira from what he has disbursed all so far. Betta Edu have disbursed more than 15 billion. If you go to our account, how much is 500 million from what he has disbursed? You should go and get the calculation. How much 500 million from what he has disbursed? It's on digital platform. And who tells anybody people have not been making money from there? Even the civil servant that we are trying to even pay the back on. So I think that is, we need to get our system to a system that people that are in the system should just settle that we are not intended and we don't have any intention to defraud the system, to swindle the government money. That is exactly what should be pushing and advocating. And any gray area like this, let's get somebody that is going to make it clearer to us, so that we will not be surmising and guessing and be speculating and coming to conclusions. And lastly, NIN thing, I think is a biometric tool that is still seriously compromised in Nigeria. It is just unfortunate. Because when I was having an encounter with somebody on the space earlier in the morning, people will not listen to you and get what you are saying. But they read other people from the prism of their mind, of their own mindset, of their own opinion, of fixation on anything. NIN, National Identification Number, is seriously compromised as of today. We are still having fake NIN all about. Some folks are still calling without being linked to NIN today. So all of us should go and so we still need to sanitize a lot of things, a lot of platforms. Those electronic platforms that we are thinking that once it is not through that way, it is clear. No. We still need to sanitize them. So if Betta Edu has taken this money through manual way, she must come back with cleaner to tell us no couple of these 580 million has been repatriated. That's what we need. That's what we should demand of them. And give a retirement of the team, as we call it in government service or even in corporate services all around us. If you collect cash from the company and company asks you to go on errand or something, they give you 100,000 naira cash, you must come back to give a retirement of what you do with the money. And if there is a leftover, you return it to the boss of the company. And that is how we should be expecting from Betta Edu. Whatever necessity can make them transfer it to private account or personal account, whatever we call it. Let's come and explain to us. And we need to demand that he cannot afford to be corrupt because he cannot go scot-free. It's not nobody going to cover anybody. Nobody is going to cover anybody. Tinubu cannot cover her. That is sacrosanct. So because this government is operating in the most terrified and toxified atmosphere ever we know in Nigeria. So nobody can go suffering with corruption at this time around. You have to put that rate on, but now we don't need to every time we see just just answer the next thing, it must be part of the team. No, it can't be correct. I have no reason to make a case for Betta Edu. I have no sympathy for her. She has taken the job, she should do the job. If she started a music, she should dance to it. Because my people in Yoruba say, I mean, that is loosely translated that the head that wear crowns, I mean, it is on his lies the head that wears crown. So if you have decided to buy for a kingship and taking it, so you must expect that you must be prepared for the jazz or the accusation, false or true. That is the thing. So I have no case for her. But I'm just generally cautioning us that we should not just jump into conclusion it must be corruption. We've done more corruption since they transfer to TSA. If you go and calculate what they stole when we ask TSA, I don't think it's not more than what they stole when there was no TSA. Let's go and check the data. How can Nigeria be having on the face value quoted on the website of CBN that we are having $37 billion in foreign reserve, when actually we are not more than $4 billion? Government subsidized forest to people 450 naira. Yet some people still went behind the back door and started giving it, I think, 80. It happened in Nigeria now, and all of us just pretend that nothing happened.
Maybe we told you that time. You were arguing with us. We told you now.
That is not what I was saying. SIO, do not judge with me. I know what I was saying. You guys, this is kind of the problem we have. You confuse situations. I was not saying Emefiele was not saying. Don't take me for what I'm talking about. Let us take the issue on its own merit. If people can say your price they gave you for forex is 450 naira, and you can do the bag of 380. And now, EFCC is now tracing on this transaction to balance the sea. And the same agency for over more than 5 years did not meet their accounts. It is not because they were giving money to people by manual now, in cash now. It is everything happens on digital platforms. Everything is happening on digital platforms. So don't let us just think that the moment you do it in a particular way, there is no way that is foolproof. All of us know. People get smarter than the system. All these intervention programs, people have created a lot of Google form, Microsoft form, sharing the link on the right. Just for different people. Is it not digital platform? So what are we talking about? So we should not just say because it collect money by cash or whatever. Now, I was Osibajo giving money to market people by cash the other day in the first time of 2015 to 2019. How was he doing it? When Osibajo will go to market and be giving them 30,000 naira by cash. How were they doing that one? So it's not that if you want to defraud the system, they can defraud the system. But what we request of Betta Edu is that she cannot afford to defraud this system. She cannot afford to stain a beautiful color in anything called fraud. She cannot do it. It's not good. It's going to be catastrophic for her because she's too young. And that is what we standing to her and other everybody working for her. So that you come with me and show Nigerians nothing is stolen for the money. Whichever way they transfer the money, nothing is stolen for them. No platform is secure against fraud. No, not at all. People are the way of bringing Ada. Let me tell you that one, please.
I've sent her a message. I've sent her that number a message. You know, hopefully she'll respond and come and join us. But in the meantime, let's go to I think it's wait, who was it? Egudo, have you spoken?
Yeah, I'm the next person to speak. Yeah, I don't want to lie, you do.
Okay, yeah. So Egwando go. I think UAE hasn't spoken and Ekiti Baby hasn't spoken. Then we go back to the others. Thank you.
UAE hasn't spoken. I need time for
sorry. Who's that?
And pray and return.
Anyway,
who's that? Wait, 1 second. Who's that? Who did you say hasn't spoken?
Yes, UAE hasn't spoken. I'm the one, and it's about time
for prayer. I just called your name and called you in the line.
I'm just informing you that I need to go and pray. In a few minutes, I'll be back.
Okay. Okay, UAE, can you go first and then Egwando can go next? You have to go and pray.
I really have a couple of things I want to respond to, so I think I'll take that later.
Oh, okay, no problem. Egwando.
Yeah. Anyway, the last speaker talked about fake NIN. I don't know how that works. Spaces that are recorded, there are certain comments that we should be mindful of. You understand
What I said is verifiable. It is what happens in the environment.
So,
right? It's not something. It's not something that is meant for back and forth. You need to check. You need to check. That is not a state. That's a statement of PIS, for instance. Everyone that is on PIS has a how did the man that stole 90 million, how did he get it? Did he create multiple accounts? Thank you very much. You don't need to be talking that I'm an engineer. I know what I'm saying. I'm not just breaking it up. So if you do not know, you are entitled to not knowing. Don't say we're just saying it.
Like I stated, I don't know how that works. Your national identity card number is unique to the person. It's just like when somebody comes out and says tax identification number is the fake tax identification number. Once the thing is once a system is in sync with the national identity card management company, and they put in your information, and that comes out. You understand? So that's that. Then secondly, we have a crisis in our hand.
Hello, Guado. Every data system is number. You can create dummy. Hello, hold on. I can interject you when you are saying something contrary to what I said. I can interject you.
Okay, guys, please.
Hold on.
I don't want to. No. I don't want to mute anybody. So please, let us give him the opportunity to speak. When he finishes, 1 second, please. Let us give everyone the opportunity to speak as Nigerians. If you have a rebuttal, let him finish. I think it's the best way for us to run a space. I'm not going to mute anybody because I believe we're all adults and we can self-regulate. Carry on.
Thank you very much, Citizen. You see, this gentleman, Basharun, gave an expository submission on the whole process for someone that has been involved in the process and one who really partook and really understands the process. So he gave a wonderful submission. And you see, by my training, no process is perfect. No process is perfect. Once there's a glitch or there's a hitch in the process, it affords you, excuse me, it affords redesign and sort of put an end to that disconnection. So what we have today, I think, like I've stated in my statement, there's a serious need for the national register, for the vulnerable. I think we need to improve on it. This idea of us, wanting to say, oh, people are unbanked, they are unbanked, and all those stuff, they should do away with it and see how they are going to, introduce a process where people can be matched with their national identity, and they can be matched with their identity number, and this will create an avenue for easy auditing. He talked about a system whereby it is possible, you understand, create a system whereby it's possible for people to access people that have been given these funds online. You understand? Like when he was making his submission, brilliant. So these are solutions that we should be looking at. That should take away the responsibility of the financial, the EFCC and other relevant agencies to investigate and bring whoever is found culpable to book. Enough of all these pilfering of our commonwealth. You understand? If we identify that 2 million people are among the vulnerable in our midst, our money is voted for 2 million people, it should get to that 2 million people. It's not a case of us, saying 2 million funds for 2 million people are allocated. Then we'll now keep talking about 80% of them are banked, and at the close of the day, most probably about 30 or 40% gets the money. Then the remaining goes into private pockets. At the close of the day, these same vulnerable people that have been receiving money, they are the ones that will suffer the more. If you have a system that is well regulated, and like I said the other time, at the point, why can't the Ministry of Humanitarian, the Humanitarian Ministry, why can't they go most times with have an agreement to the National Identity Card Management Company? If they are handing out these funds to these guys, people that are not captured should be captured, so that creates another avenue for accountability. You don't collect people's data and at the close of it, what do you do with their data? What do you do with it? Somebody was saying the other time that when they go, they collect the data, the information of these people, their fingerprint and all those stuff. To do what? Nothing. At the close of the day, you dump it in your office. There should be a synergy between the ministry and the National Identity Card Agency. Once they are going to wherever they want to carry out disbursements, because the National Identity Card Management and Company is situated in every local government. Get them to go with you guys, collect their information, give them so that they have an identity. So that when it's time for us to audit, when it's time for the account to be audited, you can ping their national identity card number with these people. And at the close of the day, it's equally suggests that the Ministry of this Bosun Ministry, I can't remember the name now. We have a wonderful tech guys in this country. Let them develop a system. Equally, is it going to be offline? They can work with most of all these tech guys. And at the close of the day, we'll save ourselves from all this back and forth. And lastly, the person that heads that Ministry of Humanitarian, which the parastatal NSIP parastatal is under, is the Minister for Madam Betta Edu. So she should take full responsibility of what has happened. She should take full responsibility. Because I don't see how possible is it for an agency to just move 40 million, whatever the figure. There should be process of approval. There should be process of approval. Was those process followed? These are some of the questions that we should be asking. And if it's not followed, then whoever drop the ball should face the music. I yield the mic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bamide, do you want to do a rebuttal?
There is no rebuttal. What I just want to say is this. When we make statements, by the time somebody tries in an elusive way, cast aspersion of what somebody has said, I was not just picking that word. I cited examples of where it can be possible. All right? NIN can be generated and faked. We have seen what we call it, voter identification number, BIN. We have seen it fake to upload and manipulate election figures before. All these are biometric captured of numbers. So that's exactly what we're saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. And we have numbers that are still calling today that are not linked to any lines. Have it, and they are still calling. So these are things. Some of all these, they are, as they're having a Twitter platform where we do it, we still have at least a quality and control system. Somebody can be last and can be deliberate just to do some things. It happens. That's exactly what I am saying. I'm not saying it is what is rampant that is happening, because it would have been possible for people to take money for NIN when everybody that is supposed to collect money there has one NIN number. How did they now? How did they now? They have one account number they pay to. How did the guy now see 80 billion? How? These are kind of the room for it to happen. They will just discover that some of the numbers they post money to are dummies. That is as simple as that. Some of the numbers they post on money to are dummies. That's why it's not possible, because that sum cannot be cut in by taking from every worker that collects salary from Nigeria or in the minimum amount of money. No. They posted some workers into dummy accounts. And to a dummy account, they create fake any of the regular biometric data, they create it for it. That is exactly what I am saying. So thank you very much. I just make that clear. So if you
my brother.
Thank you.
This is my brother.
Thank you very much. AKC Baba is supposed to be next. Then we're going to take
something, okay, about this.
Yeah. One second. I just want to call the line.
Okay.
So AKC Baba is next, and we're going to take SIO, and then we're going to take Y. Go on.
Thank you. Mr. Bamdele, we have to be very cautious, okay? People open accounts in Nigeria. When you open an account with a fake NIN number, that is not to say that the NIN number is fake. The bank should be responsible, because the bank ought to have done that verification first, which is what the government is saying. If that bank don't do verification and they open that bank account, it's the bank that should be responsible for the money or the fraud that happened. Okay? You can go to Rwanda and get NIN, fine, no problem. That's not nobody's business. It can happen for anywhere in the world. But that Nigeria will issue you a fake NIN is not possible. And you use a fake NIN to open an account in Nigeria, that is a serious problem. Serious problem. So we should learn to try to understand that our country, as bad as it is today, we're struggling, yes, but we have some checks and balances. NIN has been created by the government, has been set up. Nobody should go to Oluwole and get a NIN to open a bank account. Who should be responsible? It's the bank. Because the bank also have done verification and connect that NIN from the NNMC straight to the bank and say that NIN is right. Even to have what ordinary card in Nigeria now, if they MTN or whatever want to do their job right, the NIN should be verified before the SIM card will be given to you. How much more a bank account has to deal with money? Money. Oh, God is not saying that you are saying what is wrong. You're telling us we should be careful with this information. So that if you open an account and then they move money, lots of money have been stolen in Nigeria to banks. Yeah, but it's not because the NIN is wrong.
I have an experience of governments or official issuing of two NINs.
Thank you, God bless my brother. I'll be here.
To the same person. Two NINs to the same person. It was a long time ago, actually, to be honest. In all fairness, it was like 7 years ago, probably, or 6 years, I think. And this, my friend, had issues with his bank. NIN was different from BVN. So bank was asking for affidavits, court was doing anyhow, So he went to where they were doing NIN, that maybe he can change that one if he cannot change BVN. He reached there. Those ones, the normal procedure should also be, they should also still send him to go for affidavit. He met a very long line, very, very long. That time the NIN registration was still at peak season. And he just saw somebody that looked as if he was in charge. He went to meet the person, speak to him, give him small car. I think it was like 2K. The guy, instead of correcting the name on the previous NIN, they did a new NIN for this guy, completely new, with bribe of like 2K, on top to just change. We commit crimes that are worth it, because there is absolutely no consequence. How do you commit forgery for 2K? You understand? But anyways, that's just an experience.
I want to quickly, please. What exactly was the problem with that first NIN? What was the problem?
name on the NIN was different from the name on the BVN. So he had to change one. He had changed the name on the NIN. Yes?
I see, I know the way NIN operates. My cousin is a state coordinator. Let me tell you something. It is impossible. It is impossible for one person to have two NIN. It is impossible.
Maybe
listen, just listen. Once your NIN has been synchronized with your BVN, that is why if the information of your BVN and your NIN, your names are different. Most probably you are Tony Jeff Egwando, and in your BVN, you wrote Jeff Tony Egwando. Don't you understand?
Exactly, Egwando. That's where the issue came in. They couldn't link the person's NIN with BVN.
Just wait. Once it throws it out, your account will be blocked immediately. Your account will be blocked, and once your account is blocked, you have to go back to NIN. And if you have registered before, if you have registered anywhere in Nigeria before, once they put that your information in the system, once they put your date of birth, because your date of birth, your name, your fingerprint must match that number, identical number that has been generated for you. Once they impute your name and you've registered somewhere, that same name, that same date of birth, they will not be able to register you. They won't be able to register.
I would also believe that's how it's supposed to be. I also wait. I know it's I believe it's how it's supposed to be. But now what's in my eyes see? You understand?
That's how it is. Once
wait,
it's like that,
maybe it's like that now.
My brother, make I finish. I have had people, I've had cause to really assist people, you understand, that had issues. Once your name and your date of birth, they put them into the system. That same name, that people go to the NIN office, they lie that they've not registered anywhere. You understand? Once they impute your information into that your name and your date of birth, the thing will show you don't register before. Don't you understand? And lastly, the Nigerian Immigration Service today has been synced to the National Card Management Company. If you have an international passport where you reduce your age, when you collected your passport about 5 years ago, and today you want to procure another passport. Meanwhile, 2 years ago you collected your national identity card number, you now use your real age. You are going to face problem, because if you're applying for national passport today, what they requested, they request for your national identity number. That information is what they put into the system, and all your information will come out. All your information. So if you don't go manipulate your age before, it becomes a problem. You have to go back to National Identity Management Office to correct that abnormally. The only means of identification that is recognized today, number one in this country, is your national identification number. So it is almost impossible for somebody to now say he has two or there is fake. It includes your fingerprints, your date of birth, your name. Once it is imputed into the system, your name and your other information comes out. So for someone to answer saying there is fake, brother, I don't know how that works.
No,
maybe 7, 10
Eduardo, you see, I have heard everything you have said. I don't hear everything when you talk. But this is something that I followed the person to the NIN place. Now, university days, we don't get work. We gotta waka go bank, gotta waka go everywhere. So I followed the person to this place. I saw him register. They give her no NIN slip. with different names, rather than he should go and do affidavits and come back and then they will correct the old one. They gave him a new. I don't know how it is. How I don't
Come
for the
The
sake of
question is
education,
this:
please.
can you have
Sorry.
the fake NIN in Nigeria? That's the question. True. You said,
Njenje,
sorry, my brother. You said this guy has an NIN. Okay, someone else has the same NIN. But the question is it fake or not? If
No, it's authentic. Two authentic NINs linked to the
that's what
same
we're trying to talk about. The Nigeria does not have any fake NIN. You go buy for Oluwole, but if you get to the bank, bank supposed bust you. That is as simple as every other thing. Suppose
Wait,
bust
but
you.
what are you buying in Oluwole?
Oh, me, I don't know, because that's the only way you can buy. What's Oluwole?
For the fear of taking this in route, hello,
Guys, can everyone just mute them? Please, Bamidele, 1 second, please. Can we mute our mics, please? There was someone that was supposed to speak, Ekiti Baba. Please take the mic. We can come back to this because I don't want people to wait, please.
All right, thank you very much. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been listening to the back and forth since, and I think I have to just point out something. It's all called financial literacy, which has been in place in Nigeria, especially banking the unbanked from way back. So I feel sometimes when people give excuses about people not being able to actually have a bank account, I feel is just making an excuse for what is not. Because even when you go to Nela, I was a banker and I've worked in places that the kind of transactions they do, like the petty businesses, like you might not find a bank there, most likely like a cash center. But at the end of the day, we encourage most of these people, and there are different tier of accounts people open. Those with just the normal ID card, those you open without an ID card that has a limit placed on it, like you have a certain amount that can come in. You have the tier 2, you have the tier 3, which is the regular accounts. So I feel making excuses for people that nope, they don't have bank accounts, so they have to be paid in cash is totally not it, which is the first thing. Then the second part, Betta Edu and Halima N44b, they are both guilty of flouting the extant rules on financial transactions. Because I saw the federal government gazette about one putting money in a private account, whether it's MDA money, whether it's ministry money, transferring it to a personal account before disbursement. It's a no. In fact, it is totally wrong. So she flouted that one. Then the other part was the fact that for a certain amount to be moved, there are approval levels. And the fact that whether you are trying to protect government money or you're not trying to protect government money from being embezzled or something, you flouted the other rule by not following the due process. Because I'm sure there are levels of escalation when there are issues. Now, the other part is that for me, there should be a holistic view of the social register in Nigeria. Because to be honest, I am still trying to figure out who are the beneficiaries for the conditional cash transfer and the other things that they said they've been disbursing. Because in my home state in Ekiti, now I am close to the grassroots. I have a lot of people who do things, who provide social services pro bono for people, and most of these people have not heard anybody for once come out and say, okay, I got this money. So who are those taking the money? They should tell us. In fact, for me, I feel they should release this register. Though some people are blaming the governors and saying, okay, the governors hijacked this process. I mean, that's not even an excuse at all. If the governors hijacked the process, the same way the VR team of President Bola Tinubu came out to tell us that, see, the president has been palliative to House of Rep members, they've been palliatives to other senators. It's the same way they should come out and publish this social register for us. Picking by state, governors, we say the governors are taking the money or they are giving us a doctored list. There's a list they must have submitted to the federal government. Publish this list, local government by local government, word by word. Let's see what is there and actually know who are those benefiting from this thing. Because I can speak authoritatively for my own home state in Ekiti. I cannot say so person taking this money. And as a former bank, I will say something. BVN is very, very unique and distinct. Same thing with NIN. And I would say authoritatively, it cannot be duplicated. So it's not even an issue of somebody opening one account with one BVN or NIN and going to open another account with another BVN or NIN. It is impossible. It is totally impossible. And another reason why I'm going to also insist that money should not be paid in cash but via accounts is because every financial transaction that goes through every account has a digital footprint. If you like, move the money around 1 million accounts. If they want to trace it, they will trace it. Unless probably it goes to an offshore account where you have master account numbers, accounts without name, that they will say, okay, they will know the money is there, but they won't know who is operating the account. So technically, that's my own take. And I feel because at least when this issue came up, I did a post, and later on I got some feedback, which I feel okay, I can probably share, though it's not authoritative and it's still subject to confirmation. I learned there were processes, there was a catalog, that somebody cataloged something for the ICPC and the EFCC. Based on some set issues that were happening within the NSIPA and also the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. And like they said earlier, for the fact that the aides of the minister actually come use their own personal accounts to fight a battle and bring up fake news, because they said Halima confessed to the FCC. Which EFCC? I've gone to FCC pages, I've not seen any statement from the FCC. I've been through the news platforms, I've not seen anywhere where they quoted the FCC. So where did they get the information that Halima confessed? So it shows that a lot is actually happening, like we are not actually aware of. And if the president wants to be fair and just, for me, I feel okay, the minister step aside, Halima has been suspended, bring in a third party, do your investigation, and at the end of the findings, those that are guilty, prosecute them, and those that are innocent, restore them back to their post. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I just want to say that I think we need to come and be behaving as if you know. How can somebody be saying that? How can you be saying somebody's having 2 NIN? How is that possible? See, let me tell you one thing. You see, whatever you see in every process, there's always a room for error. You understand? But when each agency are trying to do cleanup, they will not come and tell you what they've done. You understand? That was what I was trying to. I was asking you what was actually the problem of the first NIN. See, there is no possibility for anybody. This is a unique identifier. You know, it linked to both your date of birth, your name, and your passport photograph. So how come you expect a system to recognize a different name with the same picture, even in every bank account? That's what we call mandate. You understand? Even to do some kind of transactions, maybe check transactions, we always check the customer's mandate. Customer mandate is actually a very viable platform to check the signature or signature. You understand? Against the passport photograph on the system. So how can somebody have 2 NIN? Please let us stop all this. It's not possible. There might be an error. You understand? Even during BVN period, when we just registering for BVN, there were a lot of problems. But when you start the cleaning up, nobody will know. They will still clean up back end. Even during the election, when we were doing voters registration, there were a lot of double registrations. You understand? There were a lot of them. But INEC is coming out to say, okay, we have this kind of number of people that register twice. And what happened? They take the 2 registration out of the system. So when they are doing cleanup, You might not be there. So don't let us just say you were there, you went to the bank. Bank will not tell you what's done at the back end. Not tell you do what they want to do just to make sure that they provide solution, to your problem, to a customer problem. How they will get to that, how they will do it. You understand the methodology of doing that. They will not tell you, but we just see that your problem has been resolved because it's not actually in your line to know what they're doing at the back end. See, to me, this matter, when this issue happened, I'll just link this to Bosun. I'm telling you, because one of the reform that Bosun ought to have carried out, even before studying this 3MTT nonsense. Sorry to call it nonsense. Because if he had done his job from day one, we were looking at how can we harmonize our NIN as we are trying to compare to duplicate the efforts of security number in the US. That was even what we were talking about when it was coming in. I was expecting to actually make sure that this NIN issue, is compulsory for everybody. There are a lot of phone numbers that we don't link to NIN. The only thing that happens to those phone numbers, you won't be able to recharge, you won't be able to call out, but you'll be able to receive call. A lot of people are still having those numbers. What is Bosun doing? Not even going to all telecommunication to tell them if you're having any phone number that is not linked to NIN, block all of them outrightly. He has not done that. We are talking about telecommunications reform. He has not done it, and they are saying that they want to harmonize all the unique identifiers numbers in Nigeria, just to make sure that we have we can know ourselves. We can actually have an opportunity to see and hear what everybody is doing. Security by intelligence wise. That was what we were expecting. But he was busy doing 3MT. That's actually why somebody will now be coming to be telling us it's because it's cash based intervention. Who does that? If US wanted to give money to its citizens, don't they know how to do that? If you don't have the system in place, don't tell us you want to give anybody's money. The money you're even giving the intended beneficiary, the money is not getting to them. So what are we talking like? Why are all of us let us be frank? What is it because you are an APC president that you want to see it, you want to move away from the truth? I was saying this during this CBN Emefiele issue. I was saying it. There were a lot of loopholes. Where is the financial reform that we are expecting? Well, those are the things they need to do. I was on a space this morning. Even when Tinubu happened, when he became the governor of Lagos, the first thing he did just to bring Oracle, put everybody on the system, take away the ghost workers, do the reform. I was expecting that. Even when people were complaining about non-payment of salary for December and this 35,000 wage whatever. When I was thinking maybe they were doing those reforms, they were checking the system. People that are not even in the country, they are collecting salary where they are not working. I was thinking that was actually what they were doing on that ground. Not knowing that they were just I don't even know. At this age of time, we have a lot of fintech, we have waves, we have even this particular money they want to do it. Somebody, a politician in Ogun State, just use interview card to buy votes. Are you telling me all those cards actually has a account number linked to it? No. You can work with InterSwitch. You can develop just warehouse that money in the particular account. What you need to do just to make sure that do a card, link a particular amount onto that card, then give it to people. You want government to give you money. Do you want government to be the one to go and bring the money to your house? If you get your voucher, don't see how you spend the voucher. Even though you are staying in Madam Guri, once you go to a place that you make sure that you spend that voucher before it's expiration. What are we talking about? We'll see the truth. We don't want to talk about it. They're just messing. They are messing Bola Ahmed Tinubu up. It's too intelligent than all this nonsense that they are doing. And I can't even blame them. I can't blame them. Imagine this one is saying because allegedly he said because Betta Edu wanted to move money and he now moved money first. Imagine, is it your papa money? Is it your father's money? Look at this is ridiculous. What are we saying? What are we doing? All of us is now coming. We are looking at you guys. There's no two things about it. in a government facility, the moment you cash out a particular fund, it becomes non-traceable. How do you audit cash? How do you want to do that? If auditor is coming, what do you expect auditor to do when you've moved money away from the system? Once you do that, you actually block accountability. Nobody will know what you've done. Are they telling us that you want to cash? Okay, another law has been broken already. Okay, you put almost 600 million naira into a private account. What does the cash policy tell us? As a personal account, how do you want to move out 500 million in a day or in 4 days? Or in 5 days? A personal account, individual account. How do you want to go to the bank and cash those money out? Let us be reasonable now. These people are just 4 months. They are messing everywhere. They're messing this up for people that actually worked, people that fight, people that got enemy into this electoral process, and people are coming to defend who. You are saying they should bring Anambra. What do you expect that lady to do? She will come and defend her boss. Do you want her to tell you what her boss did was wrong? She will not say that. What explanation do you want?
What's her position? What's that number position in the administration, please? I don't even know.
Because you people are expecting a number to come tell you what. Other number that not tell us that AGM did not even approve that payment method. It did not tell. She did not tell us. She was telling us this how it's been done. It's been done where the former minister for humanitarian whatever, that one was saying that she's sick. She can't come for visitation when she actually invited her. And when the Betta Edu was coming, I know what she was saying. She said she will make sure that everything is open. They are actually going to be an account for account trail for anything they did or they do. That was what she was saying. And even when they said is it anchoring borrow or whatever money that was actually stopped because of so many banks was actually using that money to do businesses. They did not release that money to the beneficiary. When she came, she was saying that they are tracing those money. If those money were not in the account, how could that money will have been traced? So let me just round up like this. Please, if you want to speak to what you know. Stop bastardizing our profession. If you are not a banker, you are not an accountant, you don't know what it takes to actually be. You are not certified. You are not qualified. Stop bastardizing the profession for us. You'll be telling us what is not tenable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, ICO. If you're in the space, before we go to why, can you please retweet the space, make comments on the comment section? So even if you don't want to come on the stage and speak, at least you can type. I mean, there's nobody is holding your fingers for you to type something. So on that basis, why?
I beg, give me a second to just clarify something.
Yeah, but be quick though, because why has been waiting for a long time.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. So I am not telling anybody how their profession works. So I am not saying that as of today, the BVN or NIN system is unreliable. I am saying what my eyes saw that day. Now, why is it such a big deal? I am not saying that means so thing. I am saying this is what my eyes saw. You cannot tell me not to say what I saw now. Somebody went in with one BVN, came out with another. That is what my eyes saw. Any other thing is possible. I am not denying the possibilities, but that is what I saw. Thank you.
What do you mean by went in with one BVN and came out with another? Please, can you explain
Mr.
that?
Victor, you are late to the party. You are late to the
Enjoy, Jackie, allow a white to speak, which has been waiting for a while, please. Why? Take the mic away and make us proud. as a
Me,
Nigerian.
I'm just good morning.
Make us proud as a Nigerian.
This is not thing. If you're a host, please don't take long. And don't get so emotional about something. Somebody said this is what my eyes saw. That is his own opinion. That's what he saw. And he can say this is what my eyes saw. It is not now left for you now be telling us this and that. You are too emotional as a host. Please. That is my observation. And this is another one. They say this NIN, when you go to NIN and you have your wherever, it should be synchronized to all the data in Nigeria. I'm guessing that is the purpose. You can come down as you like. Yes, I will. I've already said my own. That is not, I've already moved away from that. Anyway, the passport office, and they were telling me to go back again and go and put the name that was taken out back on the air, because so that means that whatever they are doing is not speaking to each other. If I have corrected a name and I've already submitted the document and I obtain an NIN based on the new name she's now bearing, it will have been synchronized in the data for the passport. But it is not speaking to each other. So they need to fix that. And this is just from a personal experience. Let me come and tell me it's not that. So that one aside. So these all somebody stole money, they did not move money, they moved money. We are living we are living leprosy. We are focusing on the real one. Somebody that moved 44 billion, we are not even saying anything about that person. We are concentrating about somebody that moved 500,000. Okay, if somebody that moved 44 billion now says it's a mistake as out. In 5 days, she moved 44 billion. To do what? What was the purpose of the fund that she's moving all about when it is not Tetris that they are moving all about? What was the purpose? Who proved that? We are not really talking about that. We are focusing more on Betta Edu. We are focusing more on Betta Edu. We are opening like 20 spaces talking about Betta Edu. It's like this woman, to me, it's like she has more enemy than she has as friends. We are not even looking at the procedural thing. Like, who leaked that document? The one that we are now, everybody's now discussing on. What should a civil servant be leaking documents, like confidential documents? Is that the procedure of the civil service in Nigeria? We are not really talking about that. And the person that leaked that document did it for a purpose. And the only purpose the person did it was to divert our attention from 44 billion. And now we are now focusing on another thing entirely. Because the person that leaked that really needs to be dealt with. What was the purpose of you leaking that confidential thing? What was the purpose of that? Is it that she's an accomplice to the 44 billion that we are not talking about? Or maybe she must know it? Because I don't know the purpose of her bringing out this document in the first instance. Now, everybody is better this, better that, better this. Now, AGF, the accountant general, said they did not release fund. So where did they get this 585 million from? If they said no fund was released. So are we now just wasting precious time discussing about things that doesn't really exist, or what? Because that is what I want to understand. Because it's like we have different version of whatever is going on. And now everybody wants to pin it on that Anambra. The Anambra said, and Anambra for all like here, it's not the accountant general. She might not even know anything. She might just want to defend her boss by saying whatever she did. AGF already came out and said that, oh, they advised against this and that, and they did not release any fund. So where did the money come from? Does anybody here have the idea of where that money could have come from, that 585 that we are
Let me see. The
about?
two people are fighting.
Yeah.
They
There
reported each
there
other.
was money
So
on NCIR.
the money has
There was
been
a money
released
there already.
using alternative
Mr.
means.
Victor, one at a time. Mr. Victor, what happened? Because me, I want to understand.
Both of them were fighting. Share you understand the
Who were
agency head
fighting?
and the minister.
Okay.
So it was the minister that recommended the agency head for suspension and investigation.
Hey, that one.
So the agency head also said, me and the minister too, before he was recommending me too have done some of it for her. So that's the bottom line of the issue.
It's a thing of two fighting now. You do me,
It's two fighting, exactly.
Wait,
So do me, I do
why?
you. You tell
Victor,
me, I tackle you.
Victor, wait 1 second. Did you just say the minister, Halima said, I have done for you? Is that what you said?
I didn't say Halima said. I said that's the implication of what is happening. Because
So
all
we
this
say,
money, all these
wait,
processes
Just like an
are
hypothetical.
yeah, that's
Citizen.
fine. Yeah. We're on a hypothetical. Just hold on a minute.
Yeah.
We're on a
So it's not hypothetical
What? No,
that
no,
they
no.
are
Wait,
fighting.
Steve.
It's
Victor,
not hypothetical that the
Victor,
minister
wait.
reported the agency head.
Victor, just
Victor,
wait.
calm down,
1
calm
second. 1 second. So is it possible that this particular individual has also moved money on behalf of Betta Edu in the past? Because it doesn't make sense that Halima would move 44 billion or 30 billion, whatever the amount is, into a personal account. Why did she do that? Because that would have been flagged off immediately. So
Citizen
she
Olu.
wouldn't, I mean, brazenly. No, wait. You cannot brazenly just take the budget. That's the whole budget for that particular MD. You take the entire budget and you go and put it in a personal account. Obviously, she must know
Most of those things
that
did not happen in this administration. The lady used to be the program manager in the former administration.
Okay, so she's not in this administration.
She is.
She is. She used to be the program manager before.
Okay, so she did this. So this accusation is from the previous administration.
Some part of
not
the
this
accusation
one.
is from the former administration when she was program manager. Then some part is from the current one when she was CEO.
But they haven't told us the amount that is from last year and the one that is from this current
17 billion.
administration.
17 billion.
Is the amount from this year?
From last year.
From last year. Okay, so this year's one would be about what? 27 billion?
27
the total funds in the accounts are 44. They said they have
so
now recovered 39.
Okay, so it's 27 for this year. So my point is, why would she risk moving that money to a personal account when that money?
Let me tell you something.
Why would she do that?
Citizen Olu, it's not like they are risking. It's not like they are risking.
Because it doesn't make sense to me why she would do that when that money is
the way they operate in federal government, the way they operate in federal government is that towards December, they know that money gets swept back to treasury. So they all come up with all kinds of memos to sweep money away from the treasury sweeping account that will sweep the money back. And usually they just go and put the money in an account somewhere, either for them to use in the next year, or if the government forgets it or nobody remembers, they die the money. It's a normal thing in Nigeria federal government. I don't know why everybody is shouting. That's why they do trainings in December. That's why they do purchases in December. They just want to clear their account before 31st.
Okay, if they want to clear the account, shouldn't be like a procedure? Because now it's like everybody can move money anyhow, like they are just moving money anyhow.
They have
And
followed
the
the
side,
procedure now. That's the procedure.
That is the procedure that they faulted. They
so
faulted the procedure already.
so
They
why
have followed the
everybody's now
procedure.
calling for no?
Betta Edu says she wants to pay people in 4 states. That's the procedure now. There is a program to pay people.
Mr. Victor,
So only that the only mistake now is that the money is not going directly to the people. The money is going to somebody first before it will eventually disbursed to the people. Whether it eventually gets disbursed or not, most of us will have forgotten about it.
They were giving it to them on site, and people were showing their bank account. I know that Kogi. I don't know about but that Kogi.
Papa, this particular 500 million plus was
them in Kogi. That one I know of, but every other.
So this is just a continuation of that same program. So whether it happened in December or it doesn't happen again, sometimes people forget.
Now saying that Betta Edu is did fraud.
No. Nobody is accusing Betta Edu of stealing money. As far as I can see now, what Betta Edu did wrong is to authorize that payment to a personal account. Ordinarily, the way they run those programs is to use a contractor. So ordinarily, they should have authorized the payment to the contractor for each of those states, not to a civil servant or one brigade before it now goes to the contractor.
Okay, now the question now is, what was the purpose of this? Because the memo that we are all been reading now did not say that the money was authorized. It was just that it was a memo that she requested, and it said it was received. But now that the AGF has come out, the accountant general said the money was not disbursed.
Okay, so when you want to get something done in government, for example, you are a minister, you don't know the process, you might follow the wrong process the first time, and so somebody will advise you that this is not done this way. Go back and get it done another way. So they must have done it another way.
All right.
Because if the money is still in treasury or in the account, they won't be defending it. But the money has left.
But why
That's why I see that they are defending right now.
So, but the AGF said that they never released the money. So
no, the AGF said that they advise them that this process they are following is not the correct process.
What the AGF said, what the accountant general said is, I didn't approve this process. I didn't approve. So it is possible when you make a request and the accountant general now refuses or rejects, that the process of request is faulty. But they still now went ahead, you understand, and move that money.
All right. Okay.
So they still went ahead and moved that money. If the money was still
they just used another process. They didn't use the AGF process again. Once the AGF says this memo should not come to me.
So they are saying that money. We are saying that money has been moved.
Had it been the money is still there, according to what EMZ, what you are insinuating that no money was moved. If the money were to be there, it won't generate any of this controversy.
Okay, so Egwando, are we saying the money has been moved? Because some people on the other space were saying maybe the money has not even been moved because
they moved the
that's
money.
what they are saying.
They moved the money.
That 20th of December, it was hard for anyone to do transactions around that period.
The money will probably be sitting down in that budget account if it has not been distributed.
Collecting interest, Abi.
I don't know why it will be collecting, but that money has left the treasury as far as I'm
So Mojisola had a fantastic Christmas. She was able to buy turkey and sausages and pizza. Fantastic.
You know what they do, that kind of money. They get that money before. Okay, you want to go? Okay. Before you abuse me again.
No, yes, I will abuse you. You know me, I will abuse you. You No. So hold on. That's just a joke anyway. But anyways, so if the DGF did not authorize it, wouldn't authorize it because she is saying that everything was done through Mr. President. Was Mr. President
The AGF said this memo is not supposed to come to me. The money you want to spend is in your ministry, is in your agency. That's your problem. Don't come to me. This is not the process. I'm not the one authorizing. So it's just like sending the paper back to say, the money you are looking for is in your pocket. Why are you coming to ask me for it? I don't have anything to do with this thing.
Okay, now I get it. All right.
Babi, you know, there is another 3 billion naira that we're not talking about. You know, that was actually where the problem is. A lot of people were not even talking about the 500 million plus. There is another 3 billion that Halima was saying. We don't know what exactly the discussion with CFCC is like. You know.
But I'm sure another of them know what happened between them.
Yeah.
So eventually they will tell the rest of us. But those monies are not even treasury money. They are donor monies.
Exactly.
That's what they usually do in federal government. They don't know money. They clear those money, they leave it in one account, nobody knows for a year, 6 months. If nobody asks for it or anything, they share the money and go their way.
Otilo.
Mr. Victor, you see, there's a question that I've been asking, and I've not gotten an answer to it. The NSIP office is a parastatal under the Ministry of Humanitarian whatever, right?
Yes.
If there are funds, you understand, domiciled somewhere, the procedure, correct me if I'm wrong. Are you listening, Mr. Victor?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I want somebody at least that knows the process and procedure of how things are done in the government to please explain to me. Is it possible for the lady, the director of the NSIP or whoever she is, to just unilaterally move such funds without the approval of the permanent secretary of the ministry, the director of finance of the ministry, you understand, and the minister? I'm just asking for clarity. If these are processes, for instance,
the way it is that there are 3 types of agencies.
I'm coming. If, for instance, now I have an agency, you understand, under you understand, under you, then most probably I have an impress or a budget. Do I just unilaterally move funds without your approval, or do I get input from the permanent secretary and the director of finance in that ministry? You understand? Those are just
there are 3 types of agencies. There are statutory agency. Like this INSIPA is a statutory agency. You can see that senator to confirm the woman, they have their own board. So they can operate, the DG or the CEO can operate with a board. However, just for supervisory role or supervisory reasons, they carry, in civil service, they call it carry along. They carry each other along. You get what I'm saying? However, the problem usually happens when this kind of situation happens, when the head of an agency, which is independent, is fighting with the minister. Because usually, if you listen to that Emefiele audio, where he say, how do we look for money? He was discussing with his DGs. Sure, you understand? Now, the minister like, I need you to approve something for me, or this and that, they're saying, then the person will just say, yes, sir, or yes, ma'am. So you understand? Prepare all the memo, prepare whatever is necessary, and they do it. So they do each other those kind of favors. It's only when they start fighting that's the problem. These people, they know the rules beyond what we can think of. They know what to do. They've been at that thing for a long time. And like somebody told me yesterday, Betta Edu came and made a mistake. She started fighting all the civil servants she met on ground. Even the PAMSEC that was there before, she recommended the guy to leave. So, you know, civil servants, they know how to put you in trouble. So they've been there in the system for long. They understand all the rules. I am sure that's why even Edu had to be writing AGF, something that has nothing to do with AGF. You understand? Because the money she wants to spend is sitting inside the SIPA account. It has nothing to do with AGF. Just like now, the one thing we are not questioning because it's our man. They said the president gave the order to minister to give 100 million rights and 200 million rights to senators. You don't think that money will have to come from somewhere? It was in the budget. The minister to get to the office, call one agency. How much do people have there? Okay, president wants to buy rice for senators' house. Okay, just arrange the memo and get the rice and then get it distributed.
But I mean, this is we're at a very dangerous phase, because how is it possible for Halima to move billions without any kind of oversight? I mean, did the banks where she moved that money to? I mean, who exactly blew the whistle on Halima? How did it come about? Was the EFCC
No, I
monitoring
think it was
bank
internal
accounts?
Internal transfers. It's
Betta
not like
was
she
the one that
transferred it out
reported
of the
now.
system. She probably transferred it to some accounts that nobody knows within the system. So you just see that the money has left the main account.
Did she send it to a personal account? Yes or no?
I don't think she sent it to personal accounts. I think she sent it to some sub accounts that a lot of people do not know.
Dormant CSA accounts.
Don't know whether they are dormant or not, but just to move them from that particular project. You know, when they create a project, they open a TSA for the project, an account for the project.
Yes.
You can move it to other accounts where if nobody remembers it,
Okay, makes sense. I think Bamdele, you have your hand raised. Ambassador Bamdele, do you want to go first?
I want to go first. I want to go first, and
okay,
I want to take at you. If not that I know you, Olu, that you are a student of science too. I will say maybe you are harboring this your fellow humanity people too much.
I'm lost.
Hello.
I'm lost. What do you?
I say you are harboring
this
humanity, social scientists.
Humanity.
The people that said on the very last hand, the people that said we do not know what we're saying when we say there's a possibility of a dummy NIN. They are not saying that the system clean up. Those ones that are being cleaned up, what are they called? Those ones that are being cleaned up, what are they called? And I'm not saying you, a Guando, you go to bank with 2 NIN number. That is not what I said. I said the people handling the data, because of for fraudulent reason, they create some dummy numbers. That's what I was saying. And it's possible. And for your friend, Igagaban, there is a man that usually transfer money to. She has a correct error in her name, bank. When I asked her, don't you have any? She said he does not have a NIN and she has a working BVN. BVN is what is required for you to hold the bank account. You may not even have NIN at all. And then all this synchronization is still work in progress. That work in progress is a room for people that want to defraud the system to do. And that's exactly what I was saying. So I was not saying that is very scientific. If you guys are humanity people, apologies to you for not being an historian. I'm talking about science. Thank you very much. And I give the mic on that.
No. To Mr. Bambi. Something I think something else happened between Bamidele and Mr. Egwando. But Basharu go and Egwando.
Leave out.
Yes,
He go
yes.
bring wine, go beg.
Yes. Thank you. Once again. I still want to dwell on the institution, not the crime. I think for now, no. I mean, one is proving, one is innocent until proven guilty. And Papa V has said it all. In fact, I was going to ask him not to please, he should help me get to that directorate position and also enjoy my own before he expose everything online. The civil service.
You see, Basharu, you see the problem. You see the problem. Some people go think say na joke, you dey joke now. But some people they who know say na serious way you just talk.
No, that's on a lighter note. I mean, that's
No, Basharu, this is not lighter note. If they ever appoint you, if I go record this room and make sure say I record it, I go sit down to Tinubu.
I promise you, I'm one of the good, very moderate civil servants you would find. And still on the issue, I think whoever advised President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to restructure up till now, I'm still trying to understand what was restructured in the NSIPA agency. I'm still trying to look at. I mean, I've looked at it. What have just change of name? And I'm still maintaining if the administration has maintained, the structure led by President Muhammadu Buhari before I left office as of July last year. The